Hello everyone, and welcome to my commentary on Devil May Cry 4. Now, before we get into it, I'll just going to talk about the video a bit, what you can expect from it. Basically, the idea behind this video is it's going to be heavily inspired by Matthew Matosis and his commentary videos he's done for Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Devil May Cry 1, Beautiful Joe. Now, it's not going to be quite as professional or, to be honest, as informative as that. And it's going to be sort of a halfway point between that and a traditional playthrough. I'm going to shut up during the cutscenes, unless I have something to say, of course. Most of my talking is going to be during the gameplay. I'm going to talk about the game, my opinions on the game, maybe go into some history on the series and the development of this game in particular. And yeah, it should prove to be a pretty fun experience for me to make. All the gameplays are recorded on Dante Must Die difficulty, and I did an S rank playthrough on every single mission. So, yeah, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you for clicking on the video, and I hope you enjoy it. Should be a good one. Should be a long one.
2,000 years ago, the Dark Knight, Sparda, turned against his demon brethren and took up his sword for the sake of mankind. Though, despite his brave efforts in our names, I fear some have forgotten the truth of that great sacrifice. If the events of that terrible time were to reoccur, the fusing of both the demonic and human realms, we, weak humans, would have no means by which to oppose our submission. And so I ask you to unite and pray that even if such a dark time of chaos were to revisit us, our gracious Savior would shelter us from the storm. Let us pray.
Nero, what's wrong?
I'm out of here.
But it's not over yet.
All this preaching's putting me to sleep. Huh?
Your brother and get out of here!
I will return with help! You stall him until then!
I won't hold my breath. jacked up notion of fair play, pal. And it's beginning to piss me off.
So the game opens up with this boss fight against Dante. It's the first time of two you'll be fighting him. Now, this is a decision that I'm not 100% sure that I like or necessarily dislike. Whether it's a good decision or not depends entirely on what Capcom's intentions with Dante were. Because I've seen some people suggest that Dante was intended to be Nero's rival in this game in a similar way to how Virgil was Dante's rival in DMC 3. Now, if that's what was intended, I think it was a poor decision making him the first boss fight, because it sort of gets, it sort of takes away from the mystery around Dante. It sort of takes away from his power. You know, if we've already beat him once right at the beginning of the game, then he's not going to be as threatening of a presence in the same way Virgil was. He was skulking in the shadows up until around mission 9 or so. Now, I've also seen it suggested that Kratos is intended to be Nero's rival in this game, and if that's the case, then I don't think this is a bad decision, because it introduces Dante in a really interesting way, in a way that most people probably didn't expect when Devil May Cry 4 first came out, considering, of course, Dante is the protagonist of the series. However, I will continue my thoughts after this cutscene.
Getting better.
I would even go as far as to say that I underestimated your abilities.
You aren't human, are you?
We're the same. You and them. Though I suspect you carry something different from the others.
What are you talking about?
You will come to learn the meaning soon enough. But business beckons.
Hey!
Adios, kid.
You brought this here for me?
Kratos requested. She yearns for your touch.
Thanks. This blade's the best battle companion a swordsman could wish for. Fortuna Castle, huh?
That's what the witnesses said.
Guy just came from hell. He's gotta hit up a couple tourist sites.
Jest so lightly in a time of crisis? You must capture him.
Trust me, I'll get it done.
Please be careful. You still haven't recovered.
There's no time, and duty calls. Can't pass on an emergency. I must return to headquarters and report.
Someone help me!
Is this him? I'm not sure. Credo, take care, Kyrie. I got this. We must evacuate the residents back to headquarters. Report back as soon as you can, and be careful. I got it already.
Kyrie, run! Go with the others!
Go! Get out of here! Not so fast. This baby sure can pack a punch.
Okay, so now we're on mission 2. Mission 2 I would consider to be the actual first mission in this game. I would consider mission 1 to be more of a prologue, and in that sense, I think mission 1 is by far the, or mission 2 I should say, is by far the best opening mission in any Devil May Cry game, and probably any game like this I've ever played. It's so good because it throws a lot of the scarecrows at you, which are enemies that are easy for new players to fight, so they can learn their moves on them and sort of get more acquainted with how Nero feels. And something that Devil May Cry does better than any other game series I can think of is it's fun as hell to fight the grunt enemies. Even more so in many ways than it is to fight the more powerful enemies that appear later on. And that is thanks to the incredible combo systems that people can do. And Devil May Cry 4 is probably the most complex of any of the games when it comes to its actual combat mechanics. Even more so than 5, in my opinion. Now, I suppose I should talk about the elephant in the room, which is the fact that you start this game as Nero, which was a very controversial decision when the game came out, and arguably still is today. Most fans have warmed up to Nero at this point, though he's often seen as being a lot less complex than Dante, which is true. However, I see his complexities in sort of a different... He's complex in different ways than Dante is. Dante has much more weapons, and he has his style systems available to him, which add a whole lot to his depth. However, Nero's complexity is more in the fact that you have multiple things you're juggling at once. With Dante, you're jumping back and forth between all your different weapons and your styles, which is very taxing, don't get me wrong. But with Nero, you have your gun to take care of, you have your rev system, which is just a very elegant way to turn Nero into this sort of low skill, or sorry, high, what am I trying to say here? High skill ceiling, low skill floor character. Because anyone can jump in, and on normal difficulty, you can absolutely get away with getting through the whole game, I'd argue, without ever touching the revving mechanics. I know I did that my first time playing through this game, and I'm sure lots of people did. But once you are able to hit those revs consistently, which you'll see I do a decent job at it. When I get more deep into combos, I sort of start losing the timing. But yeah, once you really start learning the timings, then it really ups your skill. It ups your damage output. Your moves behave differently. It's a very cool system, and I don't know how they came up with it. I could never come up with something as brilliant as it if I were in game development, which is probably why I'm not in game development. But I'm getting off track here a little bit. And then the Blue Rose. The Blue Rose, it really what the Blue Rose is for me is it's something designed to reward players for experimenting with their control setup. Because if you just leave the Blue Rose on one of the face buttons, its default binding is on square, then you're not really going to get much use out of it. The thing that most people do is they bind it to one of the triggers. I bind my Blue Rose to R2, and that way you can hold on to the charge as you're fighting normally. So then you just have your Blue Rose charge up to level 3, and then whenever you want to let it go, you take a shot. It does really good damage, and if you're in Devil Trigger, it summons Summon Swords as well. And it's just a very powerful thing, and it's another one of those things that turns Nero noobs from Nero pros into it creates a much bigger difference. You have a lot of potential for damage output. Not necessarily as much potential as Dante does. Dante has a few moves that can just melt enemies. The most popular one being the distorted real impact. But I still think he does a pretty good job at carving out a spot for himself. And I'm really glad he was not abandoned for DMC5. In fact, he probably takes just as much of a spotlight in that game, which I'm sure was a bit of a difficult decision for Itsuno to make, considering there was fan backlash and people still don't necessarily like him as much. But I'm a big Nero fan personally. I guess on that note, I should also mention too that this is by no means going to be an impartial look at DMC4. I'm a huge DMC4 fan. I think this is the best game in the series despite its incompleteness. The reason the incompleteness does not bother me that much is because, to me, what Devil May Cry and these games in general is sort of, how do I word this? It's space that you run through in between combat encounters. You know, I'm not playing Resident Evil, I'll go there, because this game was originally, or not this game in particular, but Devil May Cry 1 originally started as a Resident Evil game. I'm not playing that. I'm playing a character action or hack and slash game, whatever you want to call it. So I'm not looking to solve puzzles. I don't need necessarily in-depth level design. I want solid combat. And Devil May Cry 4 probably has the most complex and deep combat of, by far, any game in this genre, and probably any single-player game I can think of, at least. Though I'm sure certain fighting games, such as Street Fighter, could probably compete for that title. I'm not really into that genre, so I couldn't say. But yeah, I think that this is an incredible game despite its many flaws. Now, I guess on that note too, I mentioned about how this series started as a Resident Evil game. If you're somehow watching this video and you're not familiar with this series, I guess I'll talk a little bit about that. Originally, Devil May Cry 1 was being developed as Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4, if you're not familiar with its incredibly messed up development cycle. It had, off the top of my head, I want to say 3 or 4 versions that just kept getting scrapped because it just wasn't quite right. And Devil May Cry 1 was one of them. It was originally going to be, Devil May Cry 1 was directed by Hideki Kamiya. and it was originally starring a character called Tony Redgrave, who was he had supernatural abilities, and that was sort of being brought into the gameplay of this version of Resident Evil 4. And as they sort of got more and more into development, it got less and less like a Resident Evil game. So they eventually decided, hey, let's turn this into something brand new. You know, forget it's a Resident Evil game, just make what you want to make. And then that was how Devil May Cry spawned. Now, I don't know what was in the drinking water at Capcom around that time, because holy shit, they made Devil May Cry, and then the version of Resident Evil 4 we eventually got, which came out around the same time as Devil May Cry 3. Like, holy shit, I don't know what they were smoking, but anyways, got a little off track there. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so then after Devil May Cry 1 came out as a huge success, so Devil May Cry 2's development started immediately. And now Hideki Kamiya was not involved with the development of Devil May Cry 2. It was, I don't even think it had a director to start, to be honest, though I'm not super knowledgeable in that game. Now, sort of in the last few months of that game's development cycle, they brought in Hideaki Itsuno to direct it, and there wasn't really much he could do at that point. The game was already mostly done. He did his best to make it somewhat somewhat manageable to play, I guess, but it did not turn out good. If you're not familiar with Devil May Cry as a series or the fan base, Devil May Cry 2 is that game that people just don't even acknowledge exists. it really is. It's not a good game. But luckily, what Capcom did, if that would happen today, I'm 100% positive any game series or game development company, I should say, I'm 100% certain any game development company nowadays would just trash the series and never come back to it. However, Capcom made a brilliant decision and decided to let Itsuno try one more time, and with that, he made Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 3 is probably the most innovative action game ever made. It's incredible. Now, I did a playthrough of it on my channel because I'm a big fan of it. That being said, I do think there was quite a few design flaws. The biggest one to me is the enemy design. A lot of the enemies are just not fun to fight. They're frustrating. They're hard, but in all the wrong ways. The bosses, however, in Devil May Cry 3 are probably the best the series has ever seen, with Devil May Cry 4 being in second place, in my opinion. So, after Devil May Cry 3 came out, obviously here we are in Devil May Cry 4. Now, Nero was made as a way to introduce new players into the series, as well as appeal more to Western audiences. How Nero is supposed to do that, I don't really know. I guess it's more punk attitude. But I'll talk more about that after this cutscene.
Let me guess. More demons. Fire's bad for the complexion. I burn easily. Never tan. Want to make it another 2000?
So, unfortunately for Capcom, the attempt to appeal more to Western audiences as well as new players did not really turn out for them, and Devil May Cry 4 sold very poorly in the West, and that led to the series getting canned for a bit, and the reboot came out. Now, I'll talk more about the reboot maybe in the next mission, but for now, I'll talk a bit about Burial. Now, I didn't know this until actually recently, that in the lore, Burial is actually the son of Mundus. If you're unfamiliar with the series, Mundus is the primary antagonist of DMC1, which I thought was a cool little piece of lore. And I don't know how people find this stuff out, but I'm glad they do because it's very interesting. Now this boss is, in my opinion, very fun. I think all the bosses in this game are very well designed, and this game does the incredible feat of making giant bosses that just fill up half the screen actually enjoyable to fight, which is something that unfortunately Devil May Cry 5 does not even accomplish. They move fast, they have intricate attacks, and yeah, they're just fun to fight. I don't know what else to say about that. I'll shut up for the cutscene.
And he would be.
Now, hopefully that boss fight did a good job at demonstrating just how deadly Nero can be when played properly. It took me no time at all to finish off Burial there. Now, don't expect don't expect this high level of gameplay for the whole video here, because once we get to Dante's section, I am not the best with Dante. But that's it for Mission 2. I'll see you next mission. Alright, so here we are in Mission 3. Now, Mission 3 is where you can really start to see the Resident Evil influences come into play. And even this late in the series, it's interesting to me that this game still takes a lot from that series. I'm a big fan of it, though. I think it suits the series very well. And one thing that can also be said about this game is its variety in level environments is actually quite astounding. I know a lot of people find the transitions to be quite jarring, and they are, don't get me wrong. However, I really like it. I think it suits this game very well. And weirdly enough, in my opinion, this game's environments most closely mirror that of Devil May Cry 1. See, Devil May Cry 1, you start off in a mansion, very similar to the mansion you're going to see later in this mission here. And then you move out to a more foresty area, and then you come back to the mansion for a bit, and then you eventually go to Hell. Now, this game, you don't go to Hell, but you do go to an environment that's very Hell-ish. So, I don't know if that was intentional when designing this game, but it does seem to most closely match up with DMC1. Now, I sort of got sidetracked last video, or last mission, I should say, while we were fighting Burial. I was talking about the sort of timeline of the Devil May Cry series and its development. So after this game sold very poorly, they decided to reboot the series with Ninja Theory's very infamous DMC Devil May Cry. Now, at this point, lots of fans just sort of have fun with that game, and it's fun to make fun of. Nobody really has that much vitriol towards it, but back when it came out, it was a very hot topic, and I totally understand why, and I would actually agree with a lot of those people. That series misunderstood the characters, the themes, misunderstood the combat most of all. Though the combat is very fun, it's not Devil May Cry combat. And that game also sold poorly. I think it sold even less than DMC4, if I remember correctly. Um, so again, it's sort of a similar case to DMC2, where any other company would probably just shelve the series for good. But thank God there's something going on at Capcom. They just have faith in this series. They must be fans as well. Um, so eventually DMC Definitive Edition and DMC4 Special Edition here came out around the same time. And at the time, it was suspected that it might have been a sort of a test to see what version of Devil May Cry they was more interested in order for them to decide what to make a follow up on. And that's what I thought at the time too. But by the time those definitive editions came out, Devil May Cry 5 had to be in production already. So it must have, in my opinion, it was probably just a way to get more funding for Devil May Cry 5. You know, it's a lot easier to justify spending more money on a new entry in the series if that series is still making them money. Now, that's just my speculation. I don't know how the game's business works, but that's what I would think. Now, we just fought the Frosts, and that sort of segues into what I'd like to talk about next, which is the enemy design in this game. I think the enemy design is fantastic in this game. And actually, there's a cutscene up here, so I will continue my thought after that.
I owe you thanks.
You're from the Order? I've never seen you before.
I'm new. Gloria. You're Nero, right? I've heard rumors.
Hasn't everyone?
Quite a few, in fact, and none too flattering.
So, what's the deal? Where are they coming from?
It's strange. No matter the number you kill, more will come.
Then I'll leave that chore to you. I've got some personal slaying to take care of.
I'll join with the others. We'll take care of them. May the Savior be with you on your journey.
Savior.
Okay, so I believe I was segueing into enemy design. Now, I already mentioned earlier how I think the DMC3 enemy design was very, very flawed in many ways. However, when we're talking about this game, I think the enemy design is incredible. There's a few enemies that don't have a place and are in fact very annoying. The faults being a big one. I don't know the names of them, but the swords, flying swords. I think they might just be called flying swords. I'm not sure. The chimeras are pretty annoying. But other than that, I think all the enemies are very unique. They all play differently. They all feel very different to fight, and they all have a place. And when you combine a bunch of the different types of enemies, different combinations make for very different fights. And I think it's much better than even DMC5. DMC5's enemies had the problem where they had to be designed to be fought by Nero V and Dante, which means that they all are pretty basic. They don't really have a whole lot going on. Not to say that they're necessarily boring to fight, because the combat mechanics itself are very fun, but they're certainly not as engaging as the Devil May Cry 4 enemies. So I guess on the topic of enemies, it should segue pretty nicely into difficulty. Now I'm playing on Dante Must Die, like I said in the intro. If you've never played this difficulty, it has a feature very unique to, well, it is unique to Dante Must Die, which is that the enemies can Devil Trigger as well, and that's the mechanic that you also have. Now that's been a thing since Devil May Cry 1, and I think it's balanced the best in this game. Devil May Cry 1, the balance was pretty good. Basically how it worked in that game was the enemies had sort of like normal difficulty health, I believe, until they Devil Triggered. Once they Devil Triggered, they were just absolutely insane. They did a whole bunch of damage, took a whole lot of hits, but if you were fast enough, then you could take them out before their Devil Trigger hit. But in Devil May Cry 3, I think it was implemented not quite as good. Because Devil May Cry 3, they had health similar to the very hard difficulty, and then once they Devil Triggered, it just got even worse. So it got to the point where enemies weren't necessarily even hard to fight, they just took a lot of damage. It was like fighting an MMO enemy. And now in this game takes some flack for being easier than the other games. And I agree and I disagree. In order to clear and even to get S ranks, it is a whole lot easier. It's a whole lot easier. In fact, in this video, a lot of the missions I do are going to be first attempts. There's only a handful that I had to try a few times. So in that sense, yes, it is much easier. However, any Devil May Cry fan that cares that much about the difficulty, they're not just playing through the game and saying, oh, I'm done. They are practicing the combat and getting better and better. They're learning their combos, they're learning the intricacies of the combat, and that is probably the hardest it's ever been in this game. Thanks to Dante's crazy style switching, all of his very unique weapons, inertia, which is a very high-level technique. You're not really going to see much of that in this. That's unique to this engine, the MT Frameworks engine. So yeah, it's sort of depending how you look at it. This game is either harder or easier than a lot of the other games. Speaking of the MT Frameworks engine, it's really a miracle how well it ran on these last-gen consoles, because this game, like, I'm playing on the Special Edition currently, but the original version doesn't look much worse than this. The only real difference would be the resolution, probably. And it still ran at a solid 60 frames per second. And I think it's a really good-looking game. The MT Frameworks engine was used for a lot of Capcom games at the time. I've got the Wikipedia here open for it. It says it was originally intended for Dead Rising, the original, and Lost Planet Extreme Condition only. They later decided to adopt it as their default engine. As a result, the vast majority of their internally developed video games for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 platforms were created on it, including the remaster of Resident Evil. So, yeah, thanks to that engine is why this game has such unique combat properties. And not only thanks to the engine, but honestly, thanks to the incompleteness of the game. Because the game is didn't have enough development time, it's my belief that that's why a lot of these little quirks in the engine were allowed to stay, because most development companies would probably see them as glitches or just imperfections in the physics and take them out. However, Well, okay, what I should say is that may even be true. They might be imperfections, but the fact is the community has figured out ways to use those things, such as inertia and reversals came about from it, which I don't fully understand reversals, but lots of very high high IQ galaxy brain techniques that came about really thanks to the imperfections in the engine more than anything. Now here we are fighting the Frosts. I think I talked a bit about the enemy design when they showed up, but I didn't talk about the Frosts in particular. The Frosts are a really cool enemy to me. They're one of my favorite enemies to fight. At least as Nero, they're a little hard as Dante. They're a throwback to the same enemy in Devil May Cry 1. And I think they're a lot of fun. They do teleport around, which usually is a downside for an enemy. But I find that these guys do it in a much more restrained way. They're a bit easier to predict. And they have like the perfect level of what should I go for? Of stun ability, I guess. That's not a word, but stunning them is not too easy, but it's not too hard. If you're good at the revs, like most things in Nero, if you're good at the revs, you can really throw them around like rag dolls. But if you're not good at the revs, then it's a bit of an issue. And here I see I'm looking for a red orb cache here. There's not one up there, but I guess that's another thing I'll talk about with the ranking of the missions in this game. Is the red orb collection requirement is it's not good. Nobody likes the red orb requirement. Well, I don't think anybody likes them. Because an experienced player such as myself, I would consider myself pretty experienced at this game. In order to S rank the missions, I should not have to go on a collectathon around the map trying to find. Here I am saying I'm experienced as I take that hit there. That was bad. But I should not have to go on a collectathon around the map in order to get the highest rank. And luckily, it's a thing that they took out of Devil May Cry 5. I believe it was in DMC 3, but it was not in Devil May Cry 1. Anything I say about Devil May Cry 1, though, take with a grain of salt, because I'm not as experienced with that game, and I haven't played it in a long time. But yeah, thank God they took it out of DMC 5. DMC 5 has its own problems with the ranking system, though. I think this game does the stylish points much better, where it's a like you collect points and it just goes up and up and up. It's your total stylish points. Whereas in Devil May Cry 5, it is an average of style points, which means the more fights you partake in through the mission, like say if you go do optional fights, it actually makes it harder to get that rank because you have a higher chance of you have a higher chance of lowering your average style points when you do that.
Didn't figure this guy for a bookworm. That's one way to get yourself shot. So, you after this guy too, or just here to catch some demons? Silent type, huh? Well, that's annoying. Much friendly banter. You wanna fight? Come on.
The Angelos, I believe they're called the Angelos, are actually one of my favorite enemies in probably the series. I don't know how popular or unpopular of an opinion that is. I don't really see this enemy get talked about very much. But I think they're a very cool design, because they're very simple with their shield. That's really the only thing that differentiates them from other enemies, at least when it's just the regular guys here and you don't have the leaders, the golden ones. But it really adds a bit more thought you have to put in. You have to get behind them, or I don't know if I'm going to show it off this fight or even this series, or this video, I should say. But if you smack them in their shield enough, then they'll bash you and try to stab you, and you can actually buster that. Or if you prefer as Dante, you can Royal Guard it, and it's just another opportunity to look stylish, and that's always appreciated in this game. I gotta say. And you saw a bit more of Nero's personality in that cutscene. I think he's got his own charm. It's different from Dante, but I like him. I think he's fun. Forgive me if I repeat myself at all during this video. I haven't scripted it out or anything. And it's a long video. It's gonna be recorded over probably the course of like a week or two. So I'll do my best. But and then here's another thing. I should just be able to go finish the mission, but instead I gotta go bash some benches. So I keep sort of alluding to Nero's personality, and I've sort of briefly discussed the differences between Dante and Nero, but I guess I'll go a bit further into that. Now, in case you're not aware, in case you maybe haven't played Devil May Cry 5, or for whatever reason you're not aware, Nero is the son of Virgil from DMC3. And this was, weirdly enough, I think revealed in like an art book or something. Like that came with the collector's edition of this game, maybe. And it was later confirmed in DMC5. And you can kind of see that in his gameplay style. Because whereas Dante is all about being stylish, stylishness over efficiency, I should say. Virgil is all about deadly efficiency, precision and efficiency. Nero is sort of also about efficiency, but his is more of a brutal, like, if Virgil is a scalpel in the way he's efficient, Nero is a hammer. He's very brutal, but he gets the job done. So it's just another way to show that he is similar to his father, but he's also a bit different. And it goes down to even the gameplay, let alone his personality. So I think that's pretty cool. So here's an example of what I was talking about earlier with the way this game can combine different enemy types to make an interesting fight. The Frosts, if you don't know how to deal with them, can really overwhelm you if you're focusing more on the Scarecrows. And it's another situation in which Nero's max act can really help you out, because one streak and I pretty much got the room under control. Now here are the blitzes. This is the first encounter with the blitz in Dante Must Die mode and Son of Sparta mode. It's in the regular difficulties much less frequently. And this is a very controversial enemy. And I do understand why, because they're not exactly the most fun to fight, but I think they're easy enough to deal with that I don't mind their inclusion. I think they're a much better enemy to fight, at least in my opinion, than the Furies in DMC5. Because the Furies in DMC5, there's a little less logic to the way they move. And it's always been frustrating to me fighting them. And you go and you try to hit it, but your hit doesn't connect for whatever reason, even though it will be visually there. The hit still won't connect for whatever reason. Whereas with the Blitz, it's a bit more consistent on how you can deal with it. And here's the red orb requirements again. I have to break these chairs every time I come in here, which is pretty annoying. Luckily, they're a little bit lax on you in the sense that you only have to collect the orbs in the rooms that you go to. So that means, like in the last mission, I think, or I don't know, I don't remember the last mission, but there's a few missions where you only are in the top level of the mansion there. And if you never have to go down there throughout the mission, you don't have to break those things. So that's nice. That's just a sweet little mercy they give you. And here's where you also sort of see the DMC1 / Resident Evil sort of influences I mentioned earlier about the aesthetic of the mansion. But here you also see it in the backtracking sense and in the puzzle sense. We're currently looking for the gyro blades to get into place so we can open the door to the next boss. This is another thing that I actually don't hate in this game, are the puzzles, because they're all mostly pretty easy. I remember the first time I played, it seemed a little unclear to me. Maybe I'm just dumb, but it's a decent way to vary up the gameplay. I won't be saying that about the dice, however, but these gyro blades, I don't mind them at all. And anytime you have one pop up in a combat area, and you can just throw the gyro blade right into the enemies, it's a pretty good time, I gotta say. A really small thing that they added in the special edition that I really appreciate is the blue rose. If you hold it through loading screens like that, or through cutscenes, it will stay charged, whereas in the original version, if you went to a new room or after a cutscene, you had to charge it up again. And it's not that bad because it doesn't take too long to charge, but it's just one of those little annoyances that I'm glad they fixed. And here is probably one of the most fun enemies to fight in the game. I don't know what they're called, I just call them the big fat scarecrows. It's because they are punching bags. You can see that thing takes a whole lot of punishment before it goes down. And they are incredibly fun to practice combos on. Not just because they take a lot of damage, but because since they are so big, they have a really big hitbox. So if you want to get into your jump canceling, really practice maybe something like guard flying with Dante, that's the enemy to do it on, I would suggest. I guess I've sort of talked about inertia a bit before, so I guess I'll go into what exactly can be accomplished with inertia. There's a few things. For one, people often like to use inertia with Rainstorm as Dante, and it basically when you do it that way, you just arc over the enemies as you Rainstorm, and it looks stylish. Probably the most popular inertia technique though is guard flying, which I've tried to do. I can do it sometimes, not consistently. And I don't even understand how people came up with this. It's pretty ingenious. Basically the idea with guard flying is, as Dante, it works with a couple moves. One, it works with the Trickster Air Dash, and it works with the I don't remember the name of it, but when you're using Gilgamesh and you're in the air and you press the attack button and you do that little downward kick, it works with that too. Basically the idea is you do one of those moves into an enemy, you jump cancel them, and even after jump canceling you still maintain your inertia. And so after you jump cancel, you immediately flick the stick in whatever direction you want to go and press the guard button, and it sends Dante flying through the air. And if you combine that with air hike or with more enemy steps, then you can really you can literally fly around the arena as Dante. It's quite something to see. Any combo video by Dongari, he uses that a lot, which it's really quite something. And if you can master guard flying, then you are on a whole other level in this game. And see, here's what I'm talking about when you throw these things into the enemies. It's just a lot of fun, I find. I think for a lot of these though, like I said earlier, I am biased towards this game because I love it so much. A lot of these I do recognize are probably not the best design choices, but just me personally, I really like this game. I like everything about it. Well, I guess I shouldn't say everything about it, but most things about it, I'd say.
This blizzard must be these demons.
So this fight's gonna be quick, so I gotta talk fast. This is Bale, and I think this is... It's probably my least... Well, aside from Sanctus, it's probably my least favorite fight in the game. And not because it's bad by any means, I just find him a little boring in the way he moves compared to Bale and, the Echidna, I believe.
So this is what you really look like. Cut me some slack. I'm just not big on toads. I'll finish this quickly. It's gonna scar me for life.
One thing that should be noted when the cutscene after this fight starts, and you saw it with Burial and you'll see it with Echidna later on, is that Nero does not actually kill the demon. They just sort of give up and escape from Nero. And I'll bring this up later so as to not spoil anything in the story, but I think it's a really interesting narrative choice, and it really adds to sort of him and Dante's dynamic. But again, I'll talk a bit more about that later. I know I'm being a little vague right now. This is another reason why I'm not huge on Bale, is I don't like these sections where he hides. Because any boss that hides from you, it's not the best. At least you do have some offensive options by going after these things, but I much prefer to have the actual boss to fight, you know? And here he is, he's about to finish. There you go. And once again, anybody who says that Nero doesn't have potential for damage output, just point them towards this. So I don't know what happened to the recording at the end of that mission there. It seems to have cut out the end of that cutscene and the results screen, so that's weird. So hopefully you'll forgive me on that. I'll make sure to show my my results screen at the end of this video to show my ranking for every mission. Just to prove that I got the S rank. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what happened to the recording. I should also mention too, take this as a good opportunity to mention that this is the first video that I've really edited. Anything more than just just one clip of gameplay that I've put one commentary track over. This is really my first editing job. There's a few missions here where there's long cutscenes, and my first attempt didn't get the S rank, so I've edited in the cutscenes onto my S rank gameplay attempt. So hopefully, So hopefully it looks okay, and hopefully we don't have any more hiccups like that with the recording. My OBS is kind of weird. I guess I'll talk about that too. You see all my frame counters, and you'll see a few notifications pop up. That's because I've been having trouble with OBS recently. I think it's Capcom games because it happened with DMC5 as well. That it doesn't like to do, or sorry, not DMC5, with DMC3. It doesn't like to do game capture on those games, so I had to do screen cap. So please forgive me if the recording looks a little weird. And this is a great area when it comes to collecting the red orbs for the requirement, but whatever, it's not that bad. And once you get the S rank, anytime you play through it again, it's not too bad. You just run past all this stuff. And that was, I believe, the first time we saw those enemies. Are they called the Mephistos? I'm not sure, because I think the big jacked up guy is called the Faust. And they're not a great enemy, but they're certainly not bad, especially as Nero, because the the Blue Rose just slaughters them. It's all about shooting them or using the Buster to take down their cloak, and then you go after the bug things that are in there. Oh, never mind. Thought I missed. But yeah, they're not that bad. They're not great either. They're sort of right in the middle, I would say. Right in the middle. Yeah. God, making a 5-hour commentary track is hard. What do I talk about? I guess Nero's Devil Trigger, since it's just I'm just whatever comes to my mind. Nero's Devil Trigger in this game, I actually really enjoy it. It works differently from how Dante's has worked in the past games. You can use the opening frames of his Devil Trigger as a defensive move because because Nero gets invincibility frames during that. And that's a really good move, especially on Burial when he attacks. Lots of people will pop that to defend. I really like the way he has mirror attacks too that go out from it. It's sort of mimicked that way for his Devil Trigger in DMC5, but it doesn't work quite as well, I don't think. And then I also really enjoy how summon swords get thrown out along with the Blue Rose charge attack. It's really, it feels powerful. I really like it. And it also shows Nero's sort of lineage with Virgil, I should say. Alright, so here these guys are again. And yes, it's pretty simple to fight. Not necessarily good or a bad enemy. Just right in the middle. We're actually getting pretty close to the end of the mansion here. I think next mission's the last mission in the mansion. And then we're going to go on to the forest, which I really... I like the forest, but it'll introduce an enemy that I'm not too fond of. I think I mentioned briefly about the enemies double triggering on this mode, so I'll go into that a bit more. Not only do they have more health and do more damage, but they're also a lot harder to stagger, which is... It's not as bad in this game as it was in DMC3, which I mentioned last time too. DMC3's devil triggering is a little intense. Here we got the Wing Talisman we're about to pick up, which lets us use these jumping platforms, which I believe are not in DMC5 now that I think about it, but they were in 3 and I think 1. And you know, it's like platforming in these games is always controversial. People don't tend to like it, but I don't know. I have fun with these things. Certainly not like it's not like a great gameplay design. Don't get me wrong, but I think they're fun enough and decent way to vary up the gameplay, as opposed to collecting red orbs, which is none too fun. None too fun, I would say. Oh, forgive me, I'm drinking coffee recording this. Is that unprofessional to drink coffee during something like this? I don't know. I can't... I need my coffee. I like it. So yeah, as you can see, it's not too hard as Nero to take these things out. I keep saying as Nero with a lot of these enemy designs, and that's because since Nero does take up most of the missions in this game, and because he's the new character, these enemies are mostly designed around Nero's mindset. Or not mindset, moveset, I should say. Which is another reason why Dante is so hard to play in this game. Because for one, he has so much potential, so many moves, so many styles. And yeah, the enemies are just not built around him. Now, that being said, you can play very effectively as Dante. I think I'll have a few missions where I play decently as him. Overall, I'm not the greatest with Dante, but you know, Nero's Buster and his Red Queen moves though really make quick work of these enemies. And another thing in this series that I just thought of entering this room here is a lot of enemies will respawn when you enter rooms, or if you leave a room and come back to a room. A lot of the times enemies will respawn. Like I'm not gonna do it here, but if I were to leave this room and come back in after killing these frosts, they'd respawn. And I'm not really sure if this is a good design decision in my opinion, because the only time anyone's really going to go back to a room they've already been to is if they're a new player and they don't know where they're going. And I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea to punish new players for getting lost, especially because these levels are very easy to get lost in. Like luckily I've played through this game so many times I just know where I'm going. But I remember the first time playing this game, it wasn't good. It wasn't good to say the least. Just running all around this mansion trying to figure out where the hell I was going. I think I actually quit this game the first time I played it because I couldn't figure out where the fuck I was going. But just one of those little quirks of the series. So we're coming near the end of this mission here. It's been a relatively short one compared to the rest of the missions in this game, which are quite a bit longer than the missions in the previous games. Devil May Cry 3 and 1 both had much shorter missions. And it's a change that I think it works better for your first time playing through when you're still going through for the story and you're experiencing everything for the first time. But on replays, especially for ranks, I think the shorter mission structure works much better.
You have awakened.
Credo.
My men are currently in pursuit of Dante. It is only a matter of time before his location is revealed.
He came to us. It was fortunate I was able to participate in the Ascension ceremony.
His Holiness! You look magnificent. You sent that cocky kid Nero to find Dante?
You question question my command.
Yes! What shall befall me? Should he stumble upon my research facility?
Our priority is to capture Dante.
Why, you...
Greater,
Yes, Your Holiness.
gather everyone. I must ease their minds on this matter.
Of course.
So, if you're a casual player of these games, if you maybe you've played the series and you've only played through them once, or maybe you haven't played through the series and you're watching this out of curiosity, maybe you're familiar with the fact that Devil May Cry 4 is a very controversial entry in the series, and if you're not familiar with the series, you might wonder why, because the game so far has been very, very solid, I would say. This is the first mission where some major problems really start to rear their heads, and you actually have 3 back-to-back rooms that are all filled with all kinds of unpleasantness, starting with this this weird little tunnel here. It's going to introduce an enemy, and forgive me, I don't know the names of them, but um they sort of swim in the grounds. I don't know if swim is technically the right word, but they're stuck in the ground. See, like that. They're stuck in the ground. They're blades. The way to get them out of the ground is you have to shoot them and then they'll stop moving. And then you hit them, and they'll pop out. And they're they're easy enough to deal with, but they're kind of annoying and they're not fun to fight. Mercifully, even on the higher difficulties, they only show up twice in the series, or in the game, I should say. This being obviously the first one. But that makes their inclusion even more curious, why they even bothered spending so much, well, what I assume to be a decent amount of time designing that enemy, if they're only going to show up twice. And nobody enjoys fighting them. If I had to guess, it'd probably just be another consequence of the short development cycle this game had, because they designed an enemy and they just needed as many enemies in this game as they could get, would be, if I had to diagnose what I thought the issue was. And oh boy, here we are with the dice game. Most people that criticize this game, this is their first talking point, is the dice game. And I am not gonna try to defend this. It's not exactly great. I do think it's a little bit exaggerated how bad it actually is, because getting through it is pretty easy. Whenever you hit the die, the number on the top is the number that you will end up moving. So that being said, it's just boring, it's tedious, there's no reason for it, especially when it is so easy to pick how far you're moving, because there's no challenge in it either. So the only reason I can think of its inclusion, the only reason I could think of it being included, rather, is just to pad out the game time a bit more. Luckily, it's only used this mission, and then it's used a few times in mission 19. But this is the worst it's going to get. Well, the worst it's going to get for the dice game. The worst the game itself can get, we're going to see in the next room.
Who the hell are you?
I am Agnus. Working in secrecy. Very few are privy to my existence.
Funny. To figure an order official out for a stroll in a hellhole kind of place like this.
Hellhole? Watch your words!
Just as foul-mouthed as I had heard, the written true. As were the new ones concerning your demise.
Don't you think that's a little harsh? Killing me because of the way I talk? Great. More demons.
This is all Kratos' doing. It was Kratos who ordered you to follow Dante. It was Kratos who brought you here.
Dante? You mean the man that killed His Holiness? What the hell's going on here?
I don't have to answer to you, for you are already as good as dead.
I beg to differ.
So this is the worst room in this game and potentially the whole Devil May Cry series. It's a boss fight, if you can call it that you fight by throwing these flying swords at the window. The flying swords that are all flying into you. It's hard to keep track of them. The ground gets electrocuted like that. It's a mess. Now I say it's the worst in the series, even worse than anything in Devil May Cry 2. Because whereas Devil May Cry 2 is just kind of boring, it's not frustrating. And in Devil May Cry 3, there's a lot of rooms that are frustrating, but they're a hell of a lot of fun. I'm sure anybody that's fought Virgil on Dante Must Die in Mission 20 would say that he's very frustrating, but he's very enjoyable nonetheless. This is the double threat of being frustrating and boring. The fact that this made it past even the concept stage is bizarre to me. And it's also a very bizarre way to introduce Agnes, especially because I do think Agnes's boss fights later, you fight him once again later as both Nero and Dante. I think that version of him is really enjoyable to fight. So I don't know why they didn't just start with that, especially since they already reused so many bosses. I'd be fine to fight him just at that other time. But I suppose they didn't want to show off the angel forms yet at this point in the story. And that's understandable, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, I don't have any defense for this, for the first half of this mission, I should say. After this, the mission gets pretty enjoyable. We get to fight some of the suits of armor. That's quite a bit of fun. But as for now, it's pretty lackluster. And actually, I was really worried about recording this mission for the video here. Because I actually, on my first attempt, died in this room, and I thought it was going to take me a few attempts. But this is my second attempt, which is I think it's the one of two missions, one of two Nero missions, I should say, that I had to do 2 attempts on. The rest are all first attempts. Dante, I wasn't that lucky, but Dante's hard, man. And luckily, we're almost done here. It doesn't take too long. But with the amount of damage they can do to you on Dante Must Die, this is a very hazardous fight, to say the least.
That's the much power. How can it be?
Look who's talking, jackass. Answer my question. What the hell's going on here?
How profound. It's magnificent.
Okay, did you even hear me?
If you want answers, then I shall give them to you. It has only been a few years since
as well ditch the efforts, pal, because His Holiness is dead.
But His Holiness has been reborn as an angel.
An angel.
And soon, so shall I. See what just a small fraction of my research has yielded? Look how beautiful this white armor stands. You have no idea the hardship to make just one armor come to life. I had to capture and control countless demons to harness their souls. Summoning them alone was almost an insurmountable task.
Summoning? So it was you who made the gate.
Yes, the Hellgate. I created it merely as a reference and substitution for the real gate, but after utilizing an extremely powerful devil's arm. It proved sufficient.
What the hell are you talking about?
You should rest. Soon, you shall be my next subject of experimentation, so that I can learn a little something from you and that arm.
Never.
Take him out.
I haven't really talked about the story that much so far in this game, and that's because it's generally pretty bare bones. I mean, Devil May Cry stories are already fairly bare bones as it is, but DMC3 is actually pretty. I wouldn't say robust, but it places a bit more emphasis on its narrative than the other games. And DMC4 sort of does the same thing, but it's not quite as strong as DMC4, or DMC3, I should say. That being said, there are a few standout scenes, such as the last one we just saw, and that scene in particular just goes to reinforce the fact that they handle Nero and Nero's characterization very, very well in this game. I also really like how they sort of subtly allude to the fact that Nero is Virgil's son, as opposed to outright saying it. They don't outright say it until Devil May Cry 5. For one, the way that Yamato reacted to him, and he said there in that last scene that the voice that he's been hearing his whole life is asking for power, more power. And that's obviously a callback to Virgil's multiple lines in the past game about wanting more power. And he follows that up by saying that he'll use that power to protect Kyrie. And I think that, in particular, is a callback to Virgil's line in DMC3. Might controls everything, and without power, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. And I think that's just another way to show how much like how much like Virgil Nero is, but at the same time he uses that power more to protect others, whereas Virgil doesn't really have anybody left to protect. It's more acquiring power for him was more of a coping mechanism, it would seem, to deal with the loss of his mother at a young age. So a little bit of difference there, but another thing I really like is with Nero's character design, the white coat on the outside on top of the red hoodie. It sort of shows that he's somewhere in between Dante and Virgil, both in character and I would argue in gameplay, partially. Though I've already talked a bit about Nero's gameplay style in relation to those two. Speaking of style, I guess there might be at least one or two people watching this that are not familiar with the Devil May Cry series. And so for that, I should probably talk about the style gauge. Probably should have talked about it earlier, but whatever, here we are. So the style gauge is basically all about encouraging the player to not just go through the game efficiently. You don't want to go through the game and just spam the most powerful move over and over and clear the game. That's not what you're going for. The philosophy behind Devil May Cry is to go through the game with style, of course. And the style meter is a very elegant way of accomplishing that, I think. There's other games that have sort of similar combo meters, such as Bayonetta. But they're a little hard to read. Like, maybe I'm just dumb, but every time I played Bayonetta and that combo meter popped up, I have no idea what the hell it's talking about. I don't know whether I'm doing good or bad until I get the rating at the end of the fight. Devil May Cry's style meter is very easy to read, no matter who you are, whether you've played this game for hundreds of hours or if you just picked it up, you'll know right away what it's trying to get at. And the fact that it hasn't really been fucked with at all since its introduction in DMC1 really goes to show just how effective it is, in my opinion. So we're about to leave the mansion area here for now, and we're gonna get to our next little world section, biome, I don't know what you want to call it, which is the forest area. I think I mentioned earlier that lots of people sort of take grievance with how abruptly the environment changes. And I do see where they're coming from, but overall, I actually quite enjoy the variety in environments you get in this game. I think I would prefer this sort of thing over DMC5 even. DMC5, the environments looked a little bit boring, and I think part of that is thanks to the RE engine that it's on, as opposed to the MT frameworks here, which is just a bit more colorful, a bit more vibrant, but it could also be a different art direction that they decided to go with. I'm not too sure, to be honest. And here I just like to fight the Frost, because I find the Frost to be a lot of fun. I should also mention, too, that if you're playing on New Game, that last scene is what would give you your Devil Trigger. But since I'm on New Game Plus, I already have Devil Trigger. I've had it since the beginning, so... It is a little bizarre if you think about this game from a practical perspective and how Nero would know his way around this mansion and every button he has to push, everything that's going to do what. Unless your argument could be that he doesn't know, in which case he's getting extraordinarily lucky. But that's just sort of a thing you got to accept in video games, I guess. Such as the bridge drawing back for no reason here. But it looks pretty. And immediately you're hit with the contrast of that dark, gloomy mansion with the light at the end of the tunnel, literally. As well as a familiar face.
What the hell is this? Must be the effect of the gate. Sorry, kid. This is gonna have to wait.
How much could he really know?
And that's the situation so far.
You knew it all along!
How dare you raise your voice in the presence of His Holiness?
That arrogant kid possesses demonic power!
Absurd!
Absurd! Don't play me a fool! Is he not your subordinate? He resurrected Yamato! It's your fault! It's your responsibility!
Praetor,
Yes, Your Holiness.
can you apprehend this boy?
If that is your wish. Though who will then track Dante?
I will find Dante.
You can guarantee his capture then?
Absolutely. It's good to see Your Holiness has recovered.
Is she reliable?
She once brought us the sword Sparta, and hastened the completion of our savior.
But she remains almost a stranger to us all.
which will only concern us should a situation arise. As for her identity, I have already investigated. Now, Credo, find us Nero and Yamato and bring them back to me.
As you wish, Your Holiness.
That menace Nero appears to be quite close to Kratos' sister, Kyrie. More than once, he called out her name.
Is it just me, or do those scenes remind anyone else of the villain scenes in God Hand? I don't know, maybe it's just me. I don't know, the whole round table aesthetic. Gloria kind of reminds me of the lady demon from God Hand. I don't know her name. But anyways, I was talking about sort of New Game Plus and how I had Devil Trigger from the beginning and yada yada yada. So I figure something I should also talk about, since obviously since I have all the skills, it's not going to show up really, is the addition of Proud Souls in this game. So this is the only game that has the Proud Soul system. Well, I guess if you want to count the reboot, they have upgrade points separate from your red orbs, but I think that's a little different. So with this game, how it worked in all the previous games is your red orb count would be used for items as well as buying your moves. And in this game, you have two separate currencies. You have your red orbs, which are for your items, and your Proud Souls, which are for buying moves. And lots of people didn't like this, which is surprising to me, because to me, as an avid Devil May Cry player, the game doesn't truly begin until you have all your moves, in my opinion. Until you have a complete character, you're just preparing for when you eventually do have a complete character. So I guess it could be argued that for the people who play through the game once and are done, the other system might be better because there's a bit more decision making in what you're buying. And I do think it's a good idea that you have to buy your moves, because it helps for the new players introduce those moves a bit slower, so that you can come to grips with them, because there's a lot going on in this game. So anything that can help new players sort of learn their moves as they get them is obviously ideal. But unfortunately, they were, well, I guess depending on your opinion, they were removed on DMC5. It's back to just being red orbs, and I think it's a real shame, personally, because especially with the 3 characters in DMC5, it's a little much to split your red orbs between buying moves for all 3 of them. Luckily, once you play through the game, probably definitely 3 times, maybe even after your second time through, you should have enough to buy every single move for all the characters. But I do like the red or the Proud Soul system. I think it's overall good for this game. So what we just saw was a new enemy in this mission called the Chimeras. And this is another sort of another real negative point in this game that I'm not going to try to defend. The Chimeras sort of go against the whole idea of DMC as a whole. See, DMC's combat was all about... It really spawned from the juggling mechanic in DMC 1. See, it was originally a glitch in Devil May Cry 1 that when you knocked enemies up in the air and started shooting them, they would stay there. But the developers, and I think me... I'm drawing a blank here. I think Kamiya in particular really enjoyed the juggling mechanic, so they decided to make it into a mechanic as opposed to just a glitch. And that's really the foundation of the Devil May Cry combat system, is it's stunning an enemy, it's popping it in the air, it's juggling it, it's your ability to control the engagement by capitalizing on that initial stagger, as well as your ability to deal with the other enemies that aren't staggered. And the Chimeras just kind of take a big dump all over that. The fact that they can attack you while they're stunned is... It's just bad design. I can't say anything more than that. It's just bad design. Now, there is a tell to when their extra little tentacle things are going to start flying at you. But it's a little hard because they light up. They sort of flash a bit. But they flash almost the frame that they start attacking, so it's not the warning that you would prefer to have in a game like this, that you're about to lose your combo and be sent flying across the screen. Luckily, similar to most of the bad, or I guess I should say worse, enemies in this game, they don't show up too often, and they only do show up in the forest missions here. But it's their inclusion is not ideal. I would have vastly preferred them for the special edition here to take them out entirely or go back to the drawing board on them. But yeah, they're not too bad. At least as Nero, they're not too bad. I don't know what it is about Nero. I find them a lot easier to deal with. I think I don't really know why. Took a bad hit there. I think... No, you know what? I was gonna say the forest region is used the least in this game, but I think that would actually be the next area in this game, which I don't know what you'd call it, the palace region, I guess? The order headquarters. I guess the city in the beginning. Sorry, I keep going back on myself, but I guess the city in the beginning is the least used area. I think if it weren't for the Chimeras, the forest region would actually be my favorite in this game, because it's... I really do like the vibrant colors, the soft greens, really. It helps spice it up, and it's not really like any environment I've seen in any other Devil May Cry game, because the forest in the first game was a bit gloomy. It didn't have quite the bright atmosphere that DMC4's forest does, which does, in some people's opinions, a clash with the atmosphere of Devil May Cry games, but I don't know. I don't really mind it. And here's an instance of these guys coming back, these gyro blades. And I really like when anytime they appear. I think it's one of the better gimmicks that this game has, is the gyro blades. Especially when honestly I should be using it to fight these guys here. I don't know why I didn't do that, but whatever. And as you saw there, the scarecrows spawned alongside the little bugs that make the chimeras. And if you're quick enough, you can kill those little bug things and stop the chimeras from spawning. And that's at least one nice mercy that they give you regarding chimeras. So here's your first look at the boss of this stage. I believe her name is Echidna. I could be wrong about that, but just a quick little running section. Not really like anything else that's been... I guess, you know what? It's actually a bit of a callback to Phantom, I guess, in DMC1. Phantom? Is that correct? The big spider? It's been too long since I played that game. I should probably play through that again, if only for the purposes of this video. Get my knowledge a bit better. You know, I don't know this for a fact, but off the top of my head, I think Devil May Cry 4 probably has the most of these optional combat encounters out of any of the other games. And by optional, I mean encounters that they don't lock you in with the red combat gates. Which I kind of like. I kind of like when they have optional encounters that you can choose to run by. or get more style points, especially with the way style points work in this game. If they did this in DMC5 often, it would be kind of annoying with how the style system works in that game. But anyways, here we are about to go fight Echidna for the first time.
Sorry, but having you around is more than enough.
Your insignificant insults have no effect on me, though I will tear your body to shreds!
So I really enjoyed this fight. It's kind of surprising that it ended up being a good boss fight, considering she does run away from you quite a bit. Usually, a boss that runs from you, that's a sign that it's not going to be a fun boss fight. But I don't know, something about Echidna, it works. I think it's because when she runs, it's still interactive because she charges back at you, so you have to be on your feet dodging her. And usually it doesn't take that long till she's back on the ground, or at least floating with her little pod open there, and you can start attacking her again. So overall, I think this fight ends up being very successful in, well, being fun. And this is a good way to have a QTE in this game without necessarily being QTE. See, what you can do is just grab that. There's nothing prompting you to start revving or to mash circle, but you can do both those things during that grab to increase your damage further. And that's something that I think every single one of these bosses has, that the game doesn't really tell you about, but it's up to the player to find out. And I think that's the way you do those sort of QTE-like events. I wish there was more of them in Devil May Cry 5, but as far as I know, there's only a few of those, which is unfortunate, but that's okay. Here she's only got a bit of health left, and I really do enjoy that the boss's health in this game isn't just overflowing. Devil May Cry 5 bosses have a bit of the MMO boss syndrome, where it's not exactly fun to fight, it just has, or not exactly hard to fight, I should say, it just has a whole bunch of health.
Hey, don't step up if you're not gonna put up a decent fight. Didn't your mom ever tell you not to litter?
So I actually do really enjoy how these games, or this game I should say, as opposed to Devil May Cry 3 for the most part. Oh no, you know, I guess it has been a thing in most of the games where they give you a little area to run around before you finish the mission after the boss fight. I don't know, it's just a little touch that doesn't really add much, but I like it anyways. So this mission is going to house the by far the best boss fight in this game. It's universally I don't think I've heard anybody really claim otherwise about this game. Everybody loves fighting Kratos. And it sort of brings me to another point that I have, and I'm not the first to bring this up by any means, but it's a real shame that this series does not implement boss gauntlets. Because I guess they kind of do with their, or sorry, I should say a boss rush mode. And I guess they kind of do since most of the games, I think all the games actually have a boss rush, or boss gauntlet mission. Getting all my terms all mixed up here, but yeah, most of the games, including this one, has a boss gauntlet mission. But even then, in this game, it only contains Burial, Bale, the Echidna, and Agnes. And in DMC3, it had all the bosses, but didn't have any of the Virgil fights or Arkham, if you, for whatever reason, wanted to fight Arkham again. So I think that's something that would really be beneficial, because I guess the argument you can make is that these games aren't necessarily about the boss fights. You know, this isn't God of War or anything. It's about the ways you can combo on the enemies. But I think the series has enough fun boss fights that it would be worth it. I'm pretty sure you can get a boss rush mode through mods, but it's always better to just have it included, because then there's less bugs. It works properly, it works as intended. Sort of like how you see with the Style Switcher mods in DMC3 compared to the Nintendo Switch version of the game. The Nintendo Switch version just works better. Some of the style switching, if you try to switch mid-combo, there's a bit of a delay before you can use the next move if you're using just a mod. But anyways, we've seen these before, but the cutscene just introduced them. And if you're at all confused about that, that's because once you get past normal difficulty, so in this game, Son of Sparta onward, the enemies, like the enemy placements, are remixed a bit. So if you're playing normal mode, this is the first time you would see the assaults here. And the assaults are another enemy from DMC1, and I actually really enjoy. I know that some people would probably say that that's lazy enemy design, just bringing enemies back from the previous games. And you know, I can obviously see where they're coming from. Of course, it's not like I'm sure it's a lot easier for them to do that than to come up with a whole new enemy. That being said, I do really enjoy it. I really like how if there's a enemy that the fans liked in the previous games, then Capcom just says, fuck it, throw it in, why not? It usually works out. Like the Hellcanes in DMC5 are a returning enemy from DMC3, and they're really fun to fight. I believe the Scarecrows are also DMC1. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's correct. I guess I'll talk about too the weird, I don't know if you want to call it puzzle mechanic that we sort of unlocked by beating the Echidna there, which is just freezing these weird vines. This game's kind of overflowing with just weird puzzle mechanics like that. I really like the gyro blades, but something like this is just a little too simplistic. Like, I guess it makes it easier to figure out where to go. You just look for the vines and you go, that must be where I can go now that it's unlocked, you know. But the gyro blades took a bit more thought, and I think they're fun anyways to smack around. And in the next mission we'll get a little slowdown mechanic. I'll talk more about that then. But yeah, and here we get I believe our first taste of the Chimera assaults, because there's the assaults. There's the Chimera assaults and there's the Chimera scarecrows. Chimera assaults are fucking deadly. The scarecrows are not too bad to deal with though. Here I thought there was a another little sack to hit up there. Turns out I was wrong. Yeah, I don't remember if I talked about this here, quote unquote puzzle, in the last video, or I guess I think I'm wasted. Yeah, no, this wasn't in the last video. Yeah, this is yeah, it's not bad. Once you know it, it's very easy. Basically, you just have to go towards the sun. But it's a little unnecessary is the only problem. Because it doesn't add anything to the experience, I don't think. I don't think anybody is like, oh yeah, you know what really made Mission 8 was the weird sun puzzle. That did it. I think, in my opinion, it's just another way, similar to the dice game, to bloat the runtime of this game. Which you can't exactly fault them for doing, given how rushed, I believe Capcom really rushed them to get this out the door. So you can't really blame them trying to do everything they can to make players feel like they got a more complete product. It's kind of a shame. It's just kind of one of those effects of DMC existing in the AAA sphere of games, because any fan without that stuff, like anyone that deep dives to combat, would not feel cheated at all with a shorter story mode because of how much there is to learn in the characters. But I guess mass market just sees the play time, and that's all they care about. And now this boss fight, so this is the Kratos boss fight we're about to do. It is so good that I'm just going to shut up and let you guys enjoy it. So have fun.
That's a look you shoot your enemy. Okay. Well, then let me ask you this. What exactly is the Order after? And who the hell is Dante?
You do not demand answers from me! You possess the power of a demon.
Back down. I don't want to hurt you. I won't do that to Kyrie.
Hurt me? You don't get it, do you? has increased.
Kitty. No, wait. This isn't what you think.
Why? Why did you do this?
It was our intentions to protect you from the truth. Nero is a demon.
Son of a...
Nero!
Not to worry, I have no intentions of harming her. Yet. Though, it would appear your attachment extends beyond friendship.
She has nothing to do with this. Let her go!
Agnus! How dare you use my sister? This is my fight, and I will finish it. Let her go.
His Holiness predicted your defeat, and so ordered that your sister be utilized.
What?
If you want her, then come and get her, for I cannot guarantee her fate.
His Holiness. Use Kyrie.
Where is he taking her? Back to headquarters?
I'd assume so. Nero, we must set aside this battle until I find out the truth of this.
And that's Kratos. He's one of the best. Pour one out for him, lads. So I'll make sure to talk a bit more about the Kratos fight now that it's happened, I guess. But first things first, we have another enemy introduction cutscene we're about to go through, so I'll talk about that enemy in a second. So here are the, I don't know what you call them, I think. Yeah, of course I don't know the actual name. I told you guys at the beginning this wouldn't be professional, so don't act surprised. But I call them the Angelo Captains. And, oh, well, there's that fight. But yeah, I call them the Angelo Captains. And it's a very unique enemy design and enemy interaction, I guess, if you want to call it that. Because I can't think of an example in any other Devil May Cry game where the presence, where when you combine two different enemies, and different, I know they're very similar, but where you combine two different enemies and that changes the behavior of any of the enemies. And that's very cool to me. And there's plenty of attacks that they can do when they have a captain there to lead them. And I'm sure more of them will get shown off later in the video. But yeah, that ball, that energy ball, is pretty easy to deflect, and you get mad style points for it. Usually I just run around and wait for that to happen, to be honest. I don't know what the point of these lasers are, man. They're easy enough to dodge. But, oh crap. I want to talk about Kratos, but then I gotta talk about this first. So after this fight, we're gonna be getting the little time slowing down time, Key of Kronos, I think it's called. Basically, at certain points in the levels, there's these little podiums that you can hit circle on, and it slows down time, and it can be used for puzzles such as these lasers, or the much more fun way that you can use it is if there's one at the same time, or in the same room that enemies spawn. I feel like I'm messing up my words, but move forward. Yeah, if there's a podium in a room that also has enemies, and you can hit that and slow down time while you fight the enemies. I think there's only one room in which that happens, but it's an interesting strategy, and something I didn't even realize you could do for the longest time until I think I hit it on accident one time when I was running through Mission 10. Yeah, I guess I can finally talk about Kratos. So, why is Kratos considered to be such a good fight? For one, I see him as being Dante or Nero's rival in this game, not Dante. I know I talked about that in the beginning. But yeah, I see Kratos as being his rival. So right there, you already have the sort of narrative aspect of a rival fight. He's not built up as well as Virgil or anything, don't get me wrong, but there's still a bit more narrative weight going on. And the fight itself, he's not necessarily a one-to-one for Nero like Virgil was, but he has a lot of counters for Virgil's moves, which I think is pretty cool. Like, that shield is the biggest thing, so you can't just streak right into him. And, like, you'll clash a shield, then you gotta jump around him, you gotta use your pistol, you gotta do whatever you can. And the fact that you can break the shield over the course of the fight, it adds another layer to it. I think the biggest thing to me, and this might be exclusive to me, but I've never been able to find a very good, like, consistent strategy for fighting Kratos. And so to me, it just makes it more of a natural fight, like you're fighting on instinct more than anything. And like you can do that, you know. I think that last fight, it could have been cleaner, I'm sure, but it was already pretty clean as it was. So I think that's really cool that it allows you to yeah, just kind of fight. You don't have to plan out every single move like with not necessarily the bosses in this game, because this game's bosses are fairly easy. But I don't know, I'm kind of talking into myself here, but yeah, basically solid ass fight. Man, wow, I'm close to death there. These scarecrows of all things, goddamn. Yeah, this is I'm not sure how much of a fan I am of this area with the cramped spaces they give you in the elevators, but the actual enemy placements in these elevators I quite enjoy. Like, you get that scarecrow fight first, we get quite a few frosts, we get quite a few assaults, and yeah, here's what I'm talking about with the laser puzzles. Pretty simple. Oh, and then, okay, so never mind, there is more than one instance where you can use that. So hit that thing right as you go in, then you get a little bit of slow motion time. I guess not really there, that was weird, but So yeah, I think out of all the puzzles, like I really do enjoy the gyro blades, but I think out of all the puzzle mechanics, I should say, the Key of Kronos is my favorite, just because there is a few instances where you can use it a little oh, I can't even talk. Too early to be recording anything, but yeah, little few instances where you can use it slightly in an unintended manner. This is actually a good mission overall. Any mission that's sort of short on your travel time, short on small annoyances, just gives you lots of back-to-back rooms with fun enemies to fight. That's a good Devil May Cry mission right there. And I really enjoyed the boss fight at the end of this mission. I'll talk about it a bit more once we get to the next mission, but I have a bit of a story involving him, and then I guess sort of lead that into an anecdote about this game and how this game does its difficulty that I really enjoy. Yeah, the assaults, I think, are one of my least favorite enemies to fight because they don't really get staggered that well. And when you grab them, the grab is a little slow and it can only be done on the ground. So if you try to buster them in the air, then you'll just plop right to the ground. It's not a fun time. This is one of the meanest blitzes they give you in this game, in this tiny little area. And I don't know what it is, but every time I fight this guy in this mission, I feel like he teleports way more than in any of the other encounters. Like, every time I let off a gunshot, he just vanishes. And I feel like he doesn't do that most of the time, but yeah, see right there. I don't know. Still take this guy over a Fury fight, though I have been playing Devil May Cry 5 a bit more as I've been recording this commentary, and I'm learning the Furies a bit more. I still don't think they're as good as the Blitzes, which is like every time I say it, it's a controversial opinion, and I know it is, but they're definitely not as bad as I originally thought. The Furies there. And maybe if you are like me, but the opposite, where you like the Furies way more than the Blitzes, maybe go back and try to learn the Blitzes, and maybe you'll be like me. You'll say, okay, I see how you fight that. It's not as bad as I thought. Especially as Nero, I find the Blitzes very easy. And just like that, we're at a boss fight.
What have you done to Kyrie?
Why don't you check and find out? But don't expect me to be as easy on you as I was last time.
If I have to kill you to save Kyrie, that's wrong.
So that's pretty mean. Right out of the cutscene, he comes out with a slash. That's something I've learned over the years. But it's weird because at least 10% of the time he doesn't start that way. I don't know what that's about. And he only starts that way in this mission when you fight him, not in the boss gauntlet or anything. So here is sort of his main gimmick. He has summons. These swords are not actually that bad. I think this is a decent way to do summons, because when you jump behind him like that, you can kill them before they even enter the playing field. The dogs are a bit harder, because they just jump right out. You don't really have that grace period to take him out. But overall, I really enjoy this fight. I don't think it's because it's necessarily that great of a fight. I think it's because of the story I have behind this fight, which, like I said, I'll talk about after the fight next mission. And yeah, here's the dogs I'm talking about. And yeah, if you know what you're doing against this guy, it doesn't take long to kill him. And to do it stylishly. Oh, well, never mind. I was gonna say stylishly, then I took a little side clip, but... And here he is. He's just about done.
Is that all you got? I think it's time to put you out of your misery.
That's enough, Argus. Go and prepare for execution. Right away.
Alright, so I've been looking forward to this mission, not necessarily for the mission itself, but because I really wanted to talk about the Agnes fight. Because I think I have a really fun story regarding him. It's probably not that fun. Here I am always tempering expectations, but... Also I should mention, this is one of the few missions that I had to do 2 takes of. I think it was the stylish points that got me, which is weird, because... I thought I was pretty stylish, but I ended up with a B on the stylish rating my first time around. But anyways, Agnes. So when I first fought, here I'll wait for the cutscene to finish actually. So when I first fought Agnes back when I played this game, he cockblocked me. That's the only way to put it. He slaughtered me over and over and over again. I died to him so many times, and it was weird because the other bosses in this game for me thus far, like sure they put up a challenge. They took a while for me to fight because I wasn't good at the instant rev, so it was just kind of a very slow process of smacking him, running away, smacking him, running away. But I didn't get really cockblocked until Agnes showed up for hours. I think I even had to come back the next day. He was that hard for me to fight. And eventually I beat him, and things were good, and I went on to beat the game, of course, and I continued playing this game. I went through all the difficulties. and I started getting better at the game. And I think that's when I really sort of realized that I was getting good at this game. Is one time I was running through, I don't remember if it was a Bloody Palace run, or if it was when I was playing DMD one time. But I was running through, I got to Agnes, and I no damaged him, and the fight took about 30 seconds or so. And I remember after fighting him then, I just sort of sat there thinking, look how far I've come. Look how, like, I couldn't even beat this guy on normal without taking, like, probably, like, at least 50 attempts or whatever. Now I can just steamroll this guy on the hardest difficulty with no problem. And I don't know, that's sort of goes back to that skill floor, skill ceiling, the vast difference that these games have. Sort of goes back to that whole discussion. Because with something like I guess I'll say Dark Souls, it's not really comparable to this kind of game at all, but because that's sort of the big like difficult, the most popular difficult game, I guess I should say. And don't get me wrong, I love the Dark Souls series. This isn't a knock on those games at all, but the sort of skill, at least if you're talking about just purely PvP, the skill differences are very, very binary. It's like you can't beat the boss, then eventually you do beat the boss, and that's about it. Like maybe you could argue that there's other ways to do it. You know, you could no damage it as well. You could soul level 1 run it, but for the most part, the difference in the skill floor to the skill ceiling in those games is much narrower to this game. Because this game, you go from not being able to beat the boss to, you know, maybe being able to beat it, but beat it stylishly, but still take some damage, to no damage, but maybe you lack style because you're spamming the same move, to eventually you can do it no damage and stylish, but maybe it takes you a while, to eventually you just steamroll them. There's lots of, I don't know, there's just, there's a lot of variances in your skill level, what you're good at, what you're not, in a game like this. And maybe I'm not making sense. Maybe this made a lot more sense in my head. Who knows? But yeah, so just for that reason alone, I think I'm always going to enjoy that Agnes fight a little more than your average person there. And you know, now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure on my first attempt it wasn't the style point. I'm pretty sure oh, you know what? My first attempt, it was the style points. On my second attempt, I think I actually died right here. Somehow. I think it was when the big Mr. Faust came out. Those guys are deadly. Especially if you let them get off those weird, like, needles that they can summon. Those things are really hard to deal with. At least for me. But I guess that's something, I don't know if I've talked about it at all, this commentary. Like I've said a few times, this is unscripted, done over the course of like a week, so please forgive me if I repeat myself at all. But in this series, I think, definitely starting Devil May Cry 3, but I think this series in general, if you have an enemy off screen, they won't attack you. And I really like that. You can use that. I'm going to use that later as Dante, you'll see, to fight one of these guys. And have them stop spawning that fucking thing. And yeah, just a cool little thing, and I like that it's in this game. It adds another layer of strategy if you know about it, and helps cut down on the sort of annoyance factor that can come from being clipped from off screen. Here I am. See, this is, yeah, the red orb requirements have you just running in circles like that for no reason. Gotta get those S ranks though. I suppose I shouldn't be complaining that much, because this game is definitely the easiest game to get the S ranks on. So I don't know, depending on how you feel about that, the red orb requirements are either a good or a bad thing, because it taking up a third of the requirements and then time taking up another third of the requirements makes it really easy to get the red orbs, or to get the S ranks, I should say, excuse me. Suppose, since I don't know how long the fight's gonna go on, but the end of this mission, we're gonna fight Dante for the second time. And I'll talk about that now, just because like I said, I'm not sure how much time I'm gonna have to talk about it during the fight. I think Dante is a good boss fight in this game, but I don't think he's as good as he could be. I think he's done a lot better in Devil May Cry 5 for the Virgil DLC. Because if you haven't played Virgil yet in DMC5, when you get to mission 19 and 20, you're fighting Dante. As opposed to, I think in DMC3, I don't think I've actually beaten... No, I've beaten DMC3 as Virgil once. I don't remember exactly if you fight a clone of Virgil or if you fight Dante. But in DMC5, you fight Dante at the end, and that's done really well, because that is actually... Like Dante's moves are changed, and he's given like a much more in-depth boss AI. Whereas in this game, it's just kind of Dante's moves that they've given what almost seems like a normal enemy's AI to, so he doesn't really use his moves that smartly. His styles he doesn't really take advantage of. Other than Royal Guard, he can fuck you up with Royal Guard if you're not careful. I think he even does fuck me up in this next fight with Royal Guard, to be honest. But what was I saying? Yeah, so he's not nearly as good as he could be, in my opinion. He's still a decent fight. He's still decent. This is one of the meaner enemy combos they give you, the dogs and two of the Captain Angelos. Because these guys by themselves are actually very tricky. You're actually gonna, once you learn how to deflect that little ball of energy, you're gonna be much more thankful when they show up with the normal guys, because then you can just fish for that move. And the dogs are kind of an annoyance with their fireballs, and they kind of fly around everywhere, jump at you and shit. But what'd you say? Yeah. Yeah, Nero, you're cool. You're cool just like Dante. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
What took you so long? You. What are you doing here? Forget it. I don't have time for this. And neither do I. So I'll cut to the chase. I'm here for the sword. Your point being? It was originally my brother's. Return it to me, and I'll let you go, kid. Well, that's how you see me think you're blush a pretty pig when I kick your ass. Helpful hint. Take a tip from the elders.
And this is probably the worst room in the entire game when it comes to red orb requirements, because you gotta hit all these things as Dante's going after you. It's pretty insane. It's worse than the benches in the first mission, in my opinion, just because he's a bit more aggressive. He has more tools that he uses in this fight. And I think... Is he gonna use... No, I guess that's his Bloody Palace variant. He's floor 101 in the Bloody Palace. And there he'll actually use Gilgamesh and Lucifer and Pandora and all his fun tools, but here, since he doesn't have them yet, of course, he just uses Rebellion, Ebony and Ivory, and the shotgun. Is it just called the shotgun? Does it have a name? A Coyote, I think, right? Oh shit, he does have Gilgamesh. Oh. Yeah, very professional commentator right here. Like I said, don't come here if you're looking for some deep insights. I guess I don't really have much more to say about this fight, but I guess I'll just, if anybody's made it this far into the video, I think we're about halfway through probably. Thank you for watching. For hopefully you're enjoying so far if you've made it this far in. I've never done anything like this before, so hopefully it is at least somewhat coherent and somewhat entertaining. Yeah, just a small channel. I've only done a few playthroughs. I have like 8 subscribers as I record this. But want to do a little longer project, and I really enjoy doing these sort of post commentary sort of things. 5 hours is a bit much. I'm sort of struggling to figure out what to talk about. Once we get to Dante's missions, I'll have more to say though. And I think this fight is just about... Oh yeah, there's the Royal Guard release he does on me. That's deadly.
You cooled off yet, kid? What's the matter? Why the glare?
You look as if you've just been playing me from the beginning.
That sword was used to separate our world from the demons. I can't have something of that kind of power floating around now, can I? It's gotta stay in the family.
I need this.
Then keep it. Now that you're calm and cool, get going. Hey! What's your name?
Nero. You're Dante, right? Not a bad name.
Neither is yours. That regal look suits you.
I dress to impress. Are you sure you want to let him go?
Yeah, I figure he can bear the burden.
I know it's not my business, but this could get ugly.
Well, if the kid screws up, then I'll just have to kick his ass.
So I gotta say, I actually really enjoy that scene, and really any scene with Nero and Dante interacting. It's always just very wholesome, I guess. It's just cool to see, you know, this new character that hopefully everybody's on board with by now. I know I was. And the old breed with Dante there. Seeing them interact is very cool, and I'm glad we got much more of that in Devil May Cry 5. I feel like I've been really hard on Devil May Cry 5 this video, and I don't mean to be, because I actually do really enjoy the game. I just think that there's quite a few areas that DMC4 did a lot better. That being said, Devil May Cry 5 is a great game, and I don't mean to knock it in any way. And it's a miracle that it exists. Yeah, this mission is... I'm pretty sure it's pretty cutscene heavy, so there's going to be less of me in it, which is either a good or a bad thing, depending on what you think about that. Think about my inability to talk for some reason. It also reminds me too, I was thinking about uploading this whole thing without commentary, just as the bare run. If anybody's interested in that, then please let me know, because it wouldn't be hard to, yeah, just put everything together without the commentary, and you know, or I could separate just the missions into their own videos. If I don't know, I'm pretty flexible at this point. I do take requests, believe it or not. I'm a small channel; it should be pretty easy. Yeah, this is Nero's last mission for now. After this mission's when we're gonna switch to Dante, and this is not the mission you'd like to leave off on, because the boss fight at the end is probably the worst boss fight in the game. We're gonna be fighting Sanctus, and I'll talk more about him when we get to him. But yeah, he's rest assured, he's not fun. He's not fun to fight. Luckily, this mission overall is pretty short, so if you have trouble with him, either beating him in general, or if you're going for S ranks and you fail the S rank, it's not too hard to get back to him. And there's a pretty lengthy optional fight that I'm gonna do because I wanted style points. I wanted to make sure I got the S rank. But if you're just running through, you can just skip it. And I don't even think you necessarily have to do it for the S rank. I just wanted to be careful, because this was my first run of the mission and I ended up getting it. So good thing I did it. And yeah, if you're really good at doing the grab points, you can actually skip this fight as well. But I'm not too upset that I landed here, because once again, I could use style points. And it's just another example of why the stylish system in this game is much better than in DMC5. Because in this game, you get rewarded for your style ranking for seeking this fight out, seeking out all the optional fights, and improving your points. But in DMC5, you would actually get punished, because there's a chance that you that your average style points, which is what that game bases its style rating off of, could go down by, like, the more fights you take, of course, the more chance you have of lowering that average, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. here I was talking about, yeah, I like Devil May Cry 5, and then more criticism of it. Maybe I should do one of these videos for Devil May Cry 5. That'd be a little harder. I still haven't even gotten the DMDS ranks yet. Because Dante, man, I've been playing more Dante in that game, and definitely getting more acquainted with him. Because I was decent when the game came out, and then I hadn't played the game for like a year. So I'm sort of getting my groove back with him. Nero, I can just pick up whenever. Nero's my guy. You know, watching this just sort of made me realize, I guess the grab points are fairly underutilized in this game, huh? Because there's a few in Mission 2. There's that one in there's that one little puzzle in Mission 3? I think Mission 3. And then is there even any in the forest? I'm not sure that there is. Oh well. It's not the best mechanic ever, but I do think it can be fun sometimes. Yeah, these guys, like I was saying last mission, I think these guys are very difficult when they're on their own. Or even worse, when there's two of them without the other guys. Here I'm trying to activate my Devil Trigger to launch them into the air. Because that's one thing, that's one really cool property about Nero's Devil Trigger, is when you first activate it, you can launch people into the air. Because take note next time I activate it, you'll see a giant fist shoot up, and that's what you can use to launch people. And it works pretty well for the blitzes, which I'm sure I've done at this point, but I haven't called attention to it. Here I am. I wasn't sure if I had to activate that again or not. So yeah, we're almost at the boss fight, which is pretty much the end of the mission. There's a lot of cutscenes going, but yeah, and here's that optional fight. This is a really long one. This one is kind of annoying because, you know, as Nero, especially when you're getting your max axe going and you're streaking everywhere, Nero tends to fly like everywhere across the screen, and you have both that elevator there and the teleporter that spawned, and it's really easy to accidentally fling yourself into one of those and just get launched out of the mission, or out of the fight, I should say. And here I thought I was gonna do it there, but unfortunately it didn't happen. And if that happens to you, you can't just simply come back, because if you come back, all the enemies will just respawn, and it's pretty annoying, but at least it's an optional fight. Yeah, my theory is that this fight is literally just here because they probably realized people would have trouble getting the S rank in style points, so they threw in this fight. I don't know that for sure, but that would be my guess. Because besides this fight, there's not a whole lot of opportunity for style points this mission. And you do have the boss, and usually bosses are brilliant ways to build your style points. Like almost every mission with a boss fight, assuming you don't die, you should be getting the S rank in stylish. But Sanctus is a little different, and you'll see that once we start fighting him. He's another fight that I had a whole lot of trouble with when I first played this game, and I can have bad fights against him still, but he's a lot easier these days. Now that I understand him and I can execute the air streak a bit easier.
Is it not beautiful?
I think we've got a difference of opinion on that one.
How unfortunate.
Kyrie,
Is it not your wish to become one with her? Within the Savior, your mortal bodies will combine, melting into one to manifest and create his core, a thing of utter and pure beauty.
go blow yourself. I'm here to save you. Please trust me.
I'm afraid you are too late. But, although still incomplete, this is your chance to catch a glimpse of the true power of our Savior.
So here's Sanctus, and whereas the Echidna was a good example of how to do a boss fight that runs away from you, this is a bad example. For one, those weird grapple points he has floating around him, they're supposed to help you get near him, but I find they do the opposite for me. For one, whenever I try to shoot him, because if you could just nail a blue rose shot on him, and every once in a while you can, it works really good because he tends to get stunned where he is, and you can get close to him. Shit, I thought I was gonna get one there. but when those things are there, it'll hijack the auto target. Oh yeah, see there I got him, but I was too far away. Yeah, those things will hijack the auto target, and that means no shot on Sanctus, which means unhappy Nero, and unhappy player probably. Yeah, see if you can execute the air streak or shuffle, I think it's called, then this fight's gonna be a whole lot easier for you. Still gonna be a bit of a pain, but you're gonna fight him again on the last mission. But I find that one to be not as bad because the arena's much smaller, whereas here he's got like half a mile to just run away from you, and it's just not fun. There's not really much more I can say other than it's just not fun. This is fun though, beating the shit out of him. Oh, I was so happy I landed that out of the cutscene for this video. That was pretty good. But that's another thing that just seems very not Devil May Cry to me, and that is moving to a cutscene in the middle of a boss fight. That's not Devil May Cry. That's God of War. That's I don't know. That's God of War. I can't really think of any other examples, but yeah. At least it's short enough, and you can nail that grab out of the cutscene, which is pretty fun. And yeah, and because of the fact that you can get that grab, makes the second part of this fight a whole lot easier. And I wish that he would go into the Savior the whole fight, because once you get that shield down, if you don't get to him in time to knock him to the ground, instead of re-shielding, you're going to see it here in a second, he'll go back into the Savior, and then when you grab that punch, you can knock him right out, and there you go. So if the whole fight he was doing that, this fight would be a lot less frustrating, because there'd be a consistent way to get damage on him. But at least it's pretty easy, at least he's done. For now.
Held back by love. Such a shame. Still, I must salute a man who carries the blood of Sparta. While not in Dante's league, you still presented a harder fight than I had anticipated.
Dante?
I had originally intended to absorb him into our savior. But circumstance presenting, I'd rather choose the option at hand. When your blood and this sword are combined, we will be able to proceed to the final stage of our
Unfortunately, you did not anticipate a descendant of Sparta's blood. And because of this boy, you have been outwitted, and the savior will be completed.
I don't know. I'd wager this kid still got some life in him.
You fool! Escape is now impossible. The creation cannot be stopped.
Hey, kid! You giving up so soon?
My options are limited.
So melodramatic. Besides, if you die without giving my sword back, I'm gonna be pissed.
Then come and get it.
What a punk.
I failed to save you. Kitty. Kitty! Kitty! I swear it! I swear I'm gonna get us out of here! Together, Kitty! Kitty!
Check it out. It's got wings.
The design shows terrible taste.
Hey, where's that thing going? It's not complete yet, is it?
It is in his heart to save the world from chaos. He will begin by driving it out.
Now he has what he needs. Yamato.
Sparta used it to seal the Hellgate from the demon world. The sword is the key to opening the Hellgate. The real Hellgate that lies dormant beneath this city.
The sword that separates the human world from the demon world.
I think you, the son of the Dark Knight Sparta, are the only one who can stop the Savior now. Dante.
Looks like you've got a rep to live up to.
Looks that way.
Please, honor one last request. Save them. Kyrie and Nero.
wouldn't want to deny anyone their dying request.
I'll sweep the city and evacuate the people.
Hey, is this your way of ditching and dumping this
You want
mess
to
up?
switch?
It's cool. Let's stick to the plan.
Lend me your ears and fangs. Destroy this world so that the true utopia can be Judgment Day has
Do not fear! Our Savior has come for us to deliver us salvation! We must repent and rejoice, for the world has not yet come to an end!
That's a solid performance for an old fart like you.
So I actually really like the scenes there in between Mission 11 and Mission 12. It gives Dante some great characterization. You know, if you weren't already aware of it before those scenes, you definitely know now that Dante's not really the kind of person to really care that much about saving the day. You know, he just wants to have a good time. Honestly, that's the best way to describe Dante. But anyways, this change from Nero to Dante is sure to catch a lot of people off guard. Whether this was your first Devil May Cry game or whether you were a fan of the series, this is a very, very jarring way to sort of swap over. I think it would have been probably a lot better to start the first Dante mission in a room that didn't have any enemies, so that you could at least get acquainted with his controls, maybe try out some of his moves first. But it's not that bad because at least they just give you some scarecrows. There's nothing like too frightening in here. But yeah, Dante. Ooh, first off, I should probably mention too, you are not going to see the best Dante gameplay in this video. I'm pretty rusty, and even there I forgot that I gotta go back and break the items in there for the orb, so after a great start. But yeah, you're not gonna see the best Dante gameplay. You're not gonna see any crazy style switching, because yeah, Dante is insane to play as in this game. He's insane. And a lot of that, I've already talked a bit about the MT Frameworks engine. I've talked about inertia. You're not really going to see many examples of inertia. You will see examples of distortion later, which is another quirk of the engine that you can use to devastating effect. I'll talk about that when that shows up. But the biggest thing that makes Dante so complicated is his styles and his weapons. He has 6 weapons in total. He has three melee weapons and 3 guns. And yeah, switching between all of that is taxing. It's very taxing, to say the least. This is the first game, officially speaking anyways, where style switching was introduced. And it is a brilliant decision, because it just multiplies Dante's depth like tenfold. It's very good. So I guess I'll talk a bit about the styles. What do each of them do? Swordmaster, well, okay, the style concept in general, I'll start there. It's basically a way to change what your circle button does. So when you have Swordmaster on, you can do new techniques with the Rebellion. You can do Dance Macabre, you can do Drive, you can do Prop Shredder, that was that spinning sword move you just saw me do. And then with the other weapons, you have Real Impact on Gilgamesh, which is... Gilgamesh, Real Impact, that just deletes bosses if you know how to do it right and can distort it properly. Again, I'll talk more about distortion later. But yeah, very good. Lucifer, I don't really mess around Swordmaster Lucifer that much. I don't know what it does, to be honest. Well, am I gonna... I think that was a proper distortion. I couldn't tell. But yes, I had Swordmaster. Trickster. Trickster's pretty simple, but Trickster is very effective. Trickster gives you a dodge move. You can dodge in the air, you can dodge on the ground, and you can trick. Tricking is basically when you're locked on and you press the button, you just teleport right to the enemy. I've only found it to work if Dante's in the air. I don't know if that's correct, but that's how it's worked for me. And then Gunslinger. Gunslinger, as the name would imply, gives you more gun moves. So for Ebony and Ivory, you got Rainstorm, as well as you can like shoot in different directions. With the shotgun, you have Fireworks, and you have the Shotgun Stinger, which I'm a big fan of. You're probably going to see me use that quite a bit. I used that in the last fight there. Basically, it's the same as your Stinger move with Rebellion, but with the shotgun, you just fly up right into their face and blam, right there. Very fun to do. It opens up quite a few possibilities of Pandora. I'll talk about that when that shows up. And this is really fun. You can utilize Trickster. When you're in Devil Trigger, you get an extra double jump, or an extra air hike, I should say, and you get an extra dodge in Trickster. So you can use to skip that fight down there, which I do because although the style points would be very useful, and this was like my 3rd or 4th time attempting this mission because I kept failing style points, but I am not confident in fighting Frost with Dante, and that's what you end up fighting if you fall down there. So that's why I just skip that fight and try my best to get all my requirements anyways. So yeah, I think that's Gunslinger. Royal Guard. Royal Guard is probably the most interesting of Dante's styles because it's easily the most skilled style. It's basically a block, and you can just regularly block if you want, but each time you get hit, like if you're just holding the button, you will take a small amount of damage and it'll break Dante's block. The proper way to guard, though, is to go for your perfect parries. Basically, there's a 6-frame window in which if you hit the Royal Guard button at the correct time, you'll get a perfect block. And what you can do then is you store up. Well, first off, it negates any damage, so Dante does not take any damage. And it works on, I think, every single enemy in the game. Even Blitz, you can hit a Blitz with your sword, and if you roll guard right after, then you won't take damage from Blitz's electricity. Which is very cool. I didn't know about that till recently. So yeah, the more Royal Guards you do, perfectly, you build up a little meter. You can see that below the R there by my health bar. And the more meter you build up, the more power you can put into what's called a Royal Release, which basically means you release all that built up energy and do massive damage on the enemies. So through that, you turn Royal Guard from what otherwise would be a purely defensive style into a offensive style, and one of the most powerful offensive styles you could do. It's very good. I'm not really good with the Royal Guards. There are a few enemies, and mostly bosses are when I whip it out. You'll know that if you saw me play Devil May Cry 3. But, yeah. Very good. Very flashy if you can do it properly. And the last style, which is exclusive to this game, is called Dark Slayer. Basically, that is Dante using Yamato, which is Virgil's sword, and it's showed up a few times throughout the story already. And it's not the Dark Slayer style that's that Virgil has in DMC3 necessarily, because that's basically, it's very similar to Trickster, so it'd be redundant if it was exactly the same as Dark Slayer. But what it is, is it's just sort of a few hits you can do with Yamato. You can hit in the air, which is really fun to jump cancel. You'll see me do that probably a few times. You can do a few hits on the ground with Yamato. You can Judgment Cut, both a long distance and a short range Judgment Cut, which is very... It's not, I was going to say useful. It's not necessarily useful. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it's very flashy. I really enjoy it. So yeah, that's Dante's styles, I guess. His weapons and his guns are also going to add much more complexity. So I took a whole video just talking about his styles, so you can only, or a whole mission, I should say, talking about his styles. So you can only imagine when you add in inertia, when you add in distortion, when you add in his 6 weapons, just how crazy this character can get. Yeah, we're just nearing the end of this mission there. Decent first mission. The only thing with that mission that I don't care for is the frosts, which I did skip. But any new player who just got control of Dante is going to get their ass kicked by the frost. That's just a fact. And most of them probably aren't going to know how to skip it either, so I think that's a pretty mean inclusion. But
You order the sword, huh?
it's not bad.
Yes. Are you familiar with them?
Sorry, religion and I don't mix.
It's a small congregation that gathers in the castle town of Fortuna. I guess the only people who would have heard of it are the ones who take interest in this type of thing.
Like you.
Exactly. So just how much do you know about Sparta?
Well, from what I can figure, there's a lot of confusion surrounding them.
The story goes that Sparta served as the feudal lord of the city long ago. The people who live there today take these legends as truth and worship them, just like a god.
They worship a demon as a god?
Peaceful worship can't be condemned, but the real problem is the Order. Lately, they've been running amok, catching demons, and have even butted in on some of my jobs.
Maybe they're starting a zoo.
Not just demons. They've also been targeting devil arms, like the ones you have.
Okay, then, a museum. So what?
Well, what if their intentions are foul? And there's a diabolical plan behind these apparently random acts?
Well then, I'd have something to keep me occupied, and... Trish! Things always gotta be complicated.
So that's just another scene that really reinforces Dante's character, which I think it's good that they have so many of those back to back, because for any new players playing this game, which as I said earlier, that was sort of the intention behind Nero, was to attract new players to the series. They're going to be very confused at first by Dante's initial appearance when he appears about as evil as any character could appear, honestly, when he immediately shoots the Pope in the face. So having a few lighthearted scenes back to back, well, I guess not lighthearted scenes because of Kratos' death isn't exactly lighthearted, but it's a heartfelt scene followed by the more lighthearted scene of that we just saw. It really helps to reestablish Dante in the new player's mind as being a likable guy. So what was I talking about? Right, the weapons. So one thing that I can commend Itsuno and Itsuno's team for is that I don't think they have any weapons that are necessarily redundant. None that I can think of anyways. And also right here I'm using, sorry for this bitchy tactic, but fighting these chimeras as Dante is a lot harder than as Nero, at least for me. So this is a good way to just take care of them. It's not stylish, it's not entertaining to watch, I realize that, but it works. But yeah, none of the weapons overlap each other. None of them are redundant. They all serve an equal purpose. And that, not just in this game, but in all the games in general. Well, I don't know about DMC2, but... so in this game, you have Rebellion, which is Dante's main sword. And you have Gilgamesh, which is his gauntlets in this game. He tends to have gauntlets in every single game. I think my favorite gauntlet set he has is in DMC3 with Beowulf. I know lots of people really enjoy Balrog in DMC5. It might be a bit too Galaxy Brain for me. Switching between the feet and fists mode is a little intense, but that's probably just my lack of practice. If I got more practice in, I'm sure I'd like Balrog a bit more. But yeah, we were talking about Gilgamesh. So Gilgamesh is probably his worst gauntlet set, to be honest. And I don't know if it's because of the gauntlets themselves or if it's because of the physics in this game. It makes it really hard to jump cancel, at least for me. His movements are very stiff with Gilgamesh. Like, they're very powerful, don't get me wrong, and real impact is deadly. You've already seen me delete a few enemies with it, as I'm going to do right here, I think. Perfect, I think I got that distortion. Yeah, so that was a distortion. Once I'm done with the weapons, I think that'll be my next point of discussion. But... yeah, so Gilgamesh, it's decent. It's decent. I think it accomplishes what they wanted to. It's just the fact that I'm not as big a fan of it as I was Beowulf. And Lucifer. Lucifer is where things really get interesting. And Lucifer is one of those things where I don't know how they came up with this thing. Basically, it shoots out these little needles. And you can shoot them in the air or directly into enemies. And if you shoot them in the air, then when an enemy walks into them, they'll get stuck, and then over time they'll either blow up on their own, or you can lock on back and square, or not square but attack button. I rebinded to square. I know it's default triangle, but yeah, you can do that and manually blow them up if you want. And it's really interesting. There's lots of ways you can juggle enemies with it. You can keep them in the air. I find it's very powerful against bosses, especially getting them into their stunned state so you can land those real impacts on them. It's also very good for blitzes because it counts as a projectile, I believe. So you can just stand right in a blitz's face and spam the Lucifer needles at them, and that's all you need to do, really. It's a bit simpler than his other weapons. There's not a whole lot of opportunity for inertia, at least not that I'm aware of with Lucifer, and there's not a whole lot of like really interesting moves with it, but you know, it's fun enough. It's fun and it's useful. That's sort of what you can hope for with any weapon, really. And the cutscene that introduces it is great. You'll see that later. That's mission 16, I think. But so that's his melee weapons. Now, what about his guns? So Ebony and Ivory are his classic guns. Ever since DMC1, he's had Ebony and Ivory. and its basic shoot function is pretty good. It's mostly used to juggle enemies. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Its Rainstorm, however, is very, very useful, very flashy, very cool. And it's one of the moves that you'll often see in combo videos people take advantage of inertia with. I don't know if I'm really going to show that off much. I think I tried to, but most of Dante's missions were not one takes, so I think there's a few failed missions that I showed off on. I'm not sure if I'll have it in here. And this is also a mean move, throwing a Chimera into this puzzle here. Luckily, once you go through the first gate, they're gone. But yeah, that's Ebony and Ivory. The shotgun is probably my favorite gun he has in this game. One thing I've never understood is it shoots faster when you're in the air. There's less of a reload time than when you're on the ground. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but whatever. And on certain enemies, specifically those, the Mephistos, I think they're called, the big cloaky guys that fly around, you can jump cancel the shotgun off of them. I'll continue this after the cutscene.
Your attention. I was beginning to feel a little ignored.
You may jest, but the kindest fate I offer is to unify and spend eternity with a child of mine.
As appealing as that sounds, I think I'll pass. Though a fight every now and then does make life a little more interesting, don't you think?
So shotgun jump canceling, I don't think I do it against this boss, but you'll see it next mission, I'm pretty sure, is one of the most stylish looking moves in my opinion. I think it's really flashy. You did just see a bit of Lucifer's air combo. There I'm trying to real impact. I don't know if I'm just bad at it on this boss, but I don't think your hitbox is really big enough for it to be as effective as it could be. So I end up just switching to Lucifer. But yeah, shotgun jump canceling, very, very flashy, pretty effective too. The shotgun actually does a pretty good amount of damage. Now, the other thing I really enjoy about Coyote A, that's the shotgun's name, is in Gunslinger. I already talked about it last mission, but the Gunslinger move for it is Shotgun Stinger, and that's very cool. I'll show that off more in this video, I'm pretty sure. And the final gun Dante has is Pandora. Pandora is insane. Pandora has, I'm not even sure, I think it has at least 13 different variations you can use, different firing variations. I'm not going to show it off too much because a lot of them I find to be not very conducive for normal play. A lot of it is mostly for special situations is where it's really handy. But it's a very cool idea, I gotta say. And the fact that it works as well as it does, and they have as many variants on it as they do, is pretty cool to me. So when you include Pandora in the weapon lineup, it's really like Dante has like 20 weapons or something. It's pretty crazy. And his gunslinger move with it is he throws it around like a little blade disc. And I've never found it to be that useful, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And of course you saw me flying around in that little missile launcher thing. That's pretty good for if you just want to, if you're ever stuck in an area and you just need to get through it, you don't care about being super stylish. Which unfortunately I have to do sometimes because, yeah, not the best Dante player ever, but that's okay. I would highly recommend, if you are not familiar with this game or if you haven't dived too deeply into the combat, look up some Dante combo videos in this game. You're going to be amazed at the shit some people can do, I promise you. It's pretty galaxy brained. And yeah, here Kitten is about to finish up.
My forest! My children!
I think that look suits you better. One down. Two to go.
So that's Dante's first fight, and the first thing I want you to take notice of is, whereas Nero only sort of beat them back and then they left, Dante actually kills them. And I know that partially that's just for the sort of structure of the missions, but it also goes to show just how much more powerful Dante is than Nero. Yeah. So this mission is the worst mission in the game, as far as I'm concerned. It's just terrible. I have no defense for this mission. I think if this mission was completely cut out, don't even bother trying to fix it. If this mission was cut out, well, I guess it'd be easy to fix. But if they wanted to just cut it out, I don't think anything would be lost. I don't know what they were thinking with this mission. So first off, it introduces an enemy. Also, this is pretty cheeky. If you want to get the red orb requirement, you got to come back into the boss room to get this. And I don't know. I don't think that's very fair. But the enemy that gets introduced this mission is called the Faults. That's these guys. And they sort of randomly pop up from the ground like that. And if they grab you, and I believe I do get grabbed this mission, so you'll see. Then they bring you to sort of some like alternate area where you have to fight some more chimeras in order to leave. And I say more chimeras because almost every single enemy in this mission is a chimera. It's chimeras, it's blitzes, and it's assaults combined with that. And yeah, it's pretty bad. It's really bad. It's not too bad if you stay using small moves like that, but if you get locked into an animation, like this is really dangerous to me. If it tried to pull me in right now, I would have been defenseless because you can't jump until Dance Macabre there is over. And this is also really dangerous doing the real impact. But yeah, this was a real pain to get the S rank on. So I'll let that play, and I still have a bit more of... This is what, the third mission I'm talking about, Dante's combat depth, and I'm still going. Again, that just should demonstrate how deep this character is. And I'm sticking to mostly service level stuff here. Oh, and here I think you'll get to see some, I guess, shitty jump canceling there. But yeah, so I'll first talk about distortion, because that's what you're going to see right there. So basically distortion, for a few of the moves in this game, the most common one you see it used on is Real Impact, but I believe it also works with Dance Macabre. And basically, right as the attack hits, if you activate and then deactivate Devil Trigger, I think it's a quirk from the engine, but I'm not exactly sure, it counts the hit as hitting twice. And not just hitting twice, but one of those hits is a Devil Triggered hit. So it's more than double the damage. And on Real Impact, it's especially deadly, because Real Impact technically hits 4 times. So if you can activate, deactivate real quick, then you could potentially hit 8 times. And half of those being Devil Trigger. And it just deletes bosses. It really does. If you can do it properly. I'm kind of hit or miss with the timing, personally. I figured out Savior pretty good, I think. But the other ones I'm kind of hit and miss on. But it's pretty good. And I guess I've talked about jump canceling a few times. I don't think I've actually explained it yet, because you didn't really see any as Nero. You really only see it when you play as Dante. It's much easier to get those jump cancels off. Basically what a jump cancel is, it utilizes the move Enemy Step, which allows the characters to jump on the enemies. And what you can do with that is, with certain attacks in the air, as soon as the damage lands, you can jump. And that cancels the animation, and it resets your moves, because you need to do a jump, which air hike or enemy step for your moves to reset, if that makes sense. And so if you use that properly, then you can really stay in the air indefinitely. I'm not the best at it. I'm pretty good at it with certain moves, but overall not the best with it. Yeah, and then here's the Blitz. I'm pretty sure it's this fight where I'm going to get grabbed by the faults. And I suppose until that happens, I'll talk about sort of the elephant in the room that I haven't gotten around to yet, which is the fact that Dante's missions are just Nero's missions backwards. And, oh shit, I have missed that fault somehow. Am I not going to get pulled in? I'm not sure. I thought I did, but yeah, Dante's missions are Nero's missions backwards. And this is just sort of a consequence of the game's development. The development was not pretty. There was lots of problems. There was a lot of time restrictions. And oh yeah, there I am. So yeah, you get pulled in here, and it's a real pain in the ass. It turned out to work out for me, because I think this is what pushed my style rating high enough to get the S rank. But even so, it's pretty annoying. But yeah, because of the shitty development time, they just had to repackage Nero's missions and go backwards. And if it was executed a different way, I think I'd actually be a fan of this, because it's kind of cool to go at things from a different perspective, to go backwards. But I think because, I don't know, I think just because the enemies, it's all the same enemies, it's all the same bosses even, it's not as fleshed out as it could be. I do think there is an alternate dimension where this does work. The original plan, from what I understand, if they had the proper development time, Dante would have obviously gotten his own missions, and I think he would have gone to the demon world or to hell. I don't know if it's the same thing in this universe, but either way. And so it seems like some of those concepts were probably reused for DMC5, which is fair enough. I'm glad they at least got to use those eventually. And yeah, luckily, so the faults set you back to checkpoints, like the same places that they would set you back to if you died. I believe, anyways. Don't quote me on that. So that checkpoint is where you get set back to if you die, not only in this room, but in the next room. So I believe if you get caught in a fault in the next room here, you'd be sent back to there and have to do this fight again. Again, I might be wrong about that, but pretty deadly, if you ask me. Pretty mean, honestly. Especially throwing a Blitz in here as well. Like, yeah, it's... At least the Blitz, I guess the idea is you have to move around, so it's not that bad. Yeah. Yeah, so long story short with Dante, incredibly complex. Probably the most complex character to play as in any game, well, any single player game at the very least, I've ever played, maybe ever. The things that some people can do with him are absolutely insane. And there I am missing, or completely whiffing the real impact. That's great. Wow, I just went on and on about Dante. Now I'm struggling to figure out what to talk about. Other than the poor quality of this mission. Yeah, this mission, I think this was like my 7th attempt or something. I was getting pretty frustrated recording. This is the video, or this is the mission I was doing where I was like, oh my god, is this worth it? But I'm glad I eventually did it, because I think it's gonna end up being a good one. Assuming I don't get hit like that all the time, goddamn. Oh wow! I didn't realize how close I came to death in this mission. That's not good. I'm surprised I didn't just retry this mission at this point, huh? That's crazy. Yeah, and I don't mind, because the reusing of the levels and the enemies are the biggest thing that I think of the issue with Dante, because they're not designed with Dante in mind. So fighting them can be a little awkward. I find the Frost specifically, I don't really understand what you're supposed to do with Dante against them. Luckily, I think there's only one Frost fight that you have to do. Yeah, I think there's only one. Since I skipped that other one. So, it's not too bad. But I don't mind doing the bosses as Dante. Because since Dante plays so differently, that's actually a case where I think it works out. Because, just because with Dante's weapons, with the styles and everything, the bosses fight so differently, and they're designed generally enough that they are actually pretty good to fight with Dante, as opposed to a lot of the enemies, which just don't translate well to Dante's fighting style. And yeah, this is the worst combat scenario in the entire game, and it's all thanks to these faults there. Thanks to the faults and the chimeras. So you're gonna see I tried to fight them normally, but I ended up just going back to this because it's safe. It's safe, and this is not a mission that you really want to get crazy on. At least not me. I'm sure some people out there can just dance through this mission with ease, but you know. And that's one thing I can say about DMC5 is there's no missions quite as bad as this one. At least none that I can think of. And this is also the last we're going to see of the forest area, which is kind of sad because I really do like the forest area. It definitely loses a few points from the enemy design, which I believe I talked about earlier with the Chimera's introduction. And it's only worse now that the faults are here. But, oh yeah, and there you see a little Judgment Cut action. Oh, that was close. I really wish they'd brought Pandora back. I think that if they had brought Pandora back, there's a whole lot of stuff they could do, especially on the next-gen consoles. I can only imagine the crazy shit they could have come up with. Same with Darkslayer. It wouldn't really work with Devil May Cry 5 concerning the story, but like story-wise, it wouldn't make sense for Dante to have it. But it would have been nice if he had some sort of equivalent, in the same way that when he plays Virgil, he doesn't have Force Edge anymore, but he uses the Mirage Blade. It's pretty cool. I like it. And then here's another really cheeky thing about this mission, is that you have to go and get these red orbs in the building here. And I don't, like, maybe I don't understand the red orb requirement as much as I thought I did, but I thought that you only had to get the red orbs in the rooms you had to go to if you wanted the red orb requirement. But maybe this mission's just glitched for some reason and that happens. Don't really know what that's about. It's something that hopefully would have been fixed in the special edition if it wasn't intended. So I have to assume that it probably was intended, which is just a bizarre design decision to me, especially because then these guys respawn, and I'm not going to fight them because I don't like fighting them. But maybe if you need some more style points and you know how to fight these things properly, it might not be a bad idea. And there we are. Thank God we're done that mission. As I was running through this point, I had no idea whether I would have got the S rank, but luckily I did. Luckily I did. Just gotta get some of these red orbs first. And then we're gonna, surprise, surprise, be going back to the mansion area. And I think the mansion area is probably, at least the first mansion mission, might be Dante's best mission. No, probably his second best mission, actually, if I were to rethink that. He does have some pretty good mission design, I gotta say, despite it just being Nero's levels redone. I think they did a pretty decent job with what they had to work with. But yeah, there's the worst mission in the game done for, thank God. So, from what I remember, nothing really of note happens during this mission, so I've been sort of trying to figure out what I want to talk about. I think I'm just going to gush more about the combat system and sort of go into why it's so highly regarded, why it's so fun to experiment, and sort of all that. But I'll do that after this cutscene. So, as you might have guessed from that cutscene, on the normal difficulties, this is actually the first blitz in the game. Which is, I think it might even be the only blitz in the game. If it's not the only one, it's one of, like, probably 2 that are in the game. That was a good example of distortion right there. Though not as good as it could have been. If you do it, like, as good as you can do it, then that'll just one-shot him. But yeah, I was talking about the combat and experimentation with combat, and the reason why these games are so good to experiment with is because of consistency. Everything in your arsenal, generally speaking, works the same way on every enemy. Unless they have a clear tell, you know, for example, the shield for the Angelos, you know, obviously when you come across that, you're not going to be able to hit the shield, right? And Royal Guard in particular, I have to commend them for it. I don't think there's a single move across any of the games that you can't Royal Guard. And that's very important because if there were moves that were invulnerable to Royal Guard, then why the hell would anyone use Royal Guard? Why would you experiment with Royal Guard? You don't know. You just don't know if it's going to work. You don't want to risk getting damaged, right? And that sort of holds true with most of the moves in this game. And it's also one of the reasons, though, why Dante's combat is a little weird in this game, is because a lot of the enemies do behave a bit differently for Dante. I don't really have any examples off the top of my head, so I could just be talking about my ass. In fact, I probably am. But just from the feel of when I've played the game, a lot of them feel different. That didn't make any sense. A lot of them feel like there's a little less consistency than enemy to enemy when you play as Nero. Yeah. I feel like I had more thoughts on that. Oh lord. This is the worst video on the internet. Yeah, and you saw that right there. They had the big orb they threw at me, and you can also deflect that as Dante too. The timing's a little trickier because you got to prop shredder it. I think there's different ways to do it, but I find prop shredder to be the easiest way to go about it. And this is actually a really good example of a good way in which they've reused Nero's level, because this is the room where they first introduced the Angelos, and it's just a normal Angelo fight, but now with Dante, you get to fight them with a Captain Angelo in the same room. And I don't know what you call that. I guess like gameplay symmetry, maybe, if I were to coin my own term for it. But I don't know. I like it. I think it was done pretty well. I have to just in general, actually. I think you know, I've sort of defended the reuse of the levels, and I said it's not that bad. I actually have to commend the team for doing as good as they did with reusing the levels, because you'll notice that most of Dante's levels have some sort of gimmick involved. At least the second one for each area. So, for example, in the first mission we played as Dante, there was the timer. So it's something that's, you know, not like going to be a huge deal. Most players aren't going to struggle with the time. But it does add that extra level of pressure on the player that wasn't present during Nero's run-through of that area. And then in the forest, you have the fault. Well, the first forest mission, you have all those weird, like, those weird gates that makes navigation really tricky unless you know exactly how to get through it. And then you have the faults. And then this mission, you have the ice blocking everything. And you'll see the next mission, we're going to have another gimmick, and I believe the mission after that. And it's nothing crazy, don't get me wrong. Like it certainly doesn't make up for Dante's lack of his own missions, but at least it's something. They did what they could with what they had, and I think that's fairly commendable in its own right. And I suppose I haven't really talked about, because you're not going to see any secret missions in this video, as you can probably tell by now, because I already have my health all maxed out. Nor are you going to see me use the combat adjudicators, but I actually really enjoy those two aspects of the series. I think it's one thing just to add collectibles throughout the world, which they do have. They do have blue orb fragments that you just pick up, and blue orb fragments, or whole blue orbs, rather, I should say, that you buy from the Demani statues for your health. But I really enjoy the inclusion of the secret missions. It's just that extra challenge for people to replay if you want. You know, some of them are fun to play. I don't really do them that often, but I'm sure there's some people that really get a lot of playtime out of the secret missions. And thankfully DMC5 introduced the ability to replay them from the main menu. Not in this game, unfortunately. And then the combat adjudicators are actually a very cool introduction, or addition to the series, I should say, which I think were introduced in DMC3. I don't remember if they were in the first game. But basically the deal with the style adjudicators is each of them will have, like, I think, like, little dots, little colored dots, and depending on how many are there, will dictate the level of style you need. And basically you just attack that thing, you get your style points up to whatever the requirement is, and then it shatters, and there's your blue orb fragment. So the fact that you have 4 methods of attaining objects to increase your health bar, that being the store, finding them in the environment, the adjudicators, and secret missions, I think it's actually pretty cool. The Devil Trigger gauge is only through the store. They did in DMC5 add purple orb fragments that you pick up throughout the world, which I think was a neat addition. And here's what I'm talking about with sort of the inconsistency of how enemies react to Dante. See, Prop Shredder should knock enemies in the air, and it usually does for the Frost here, but it doesn't always. So, and I don't know why. I'm sure there is probably a logic behind it, but it's a little unclear. And the fact that it's not the fact that it doesn't work, because if it just didn't work, then that's fair enough, you would know that. But the fact that it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't is, to me, a problem. That sort of goes against the whole consistency thing I was talking about. You know, you wouldn't have that happen with Royal Guard. There wouldn't be any enemy where sometimes Royal Guard works and sometimes it doesn't. But that's sort of the case when it comes to Prop Shredder on these guys. And luckily, I do think... I mean, I don't remember 100%, but I do think this is the only forced fight you do against them in this game against Dante, which is nice. It's nice, but it's, you know, less practice means that I'm probably not going to learn them anytime soon, but that's okay. An interesting choice to throw in just a single Mr. Faust into this encounter too. I guess just to add that little extra pressure onto the player. This is actually a really long mission. I think this might be the longest mission in the game. I've already talked a bit about the mission length in this game, so I won't feel the need to go over it. What I will go over again, probably like the 5th time I mentioned this, but it really can't be overstated how annoying the red orb requirement is for the missions, because see, what I'm supposed to do is hit that little dial and then step on the blue jump pad to go right up. But because I need to get all these blue orbs, I gotta mess around just jumping up, you know, getting that secret cache, jumping back down, going back to this. It just adds more time that could be spent doing, you know, exploring, maybe even puzzle solving. There's a few light puzzles in this game, and more importantly, fighting. But it's unfortunate. And thank God it's not in Devil May Cry 5. I guess, you know, I spent some time talking about secret missions. I'll talk about some other things that you won't see in this video. One of them being the Bloody Palace. So Bloody Palace was first introduced in Devil May Cry 2, I believe. And if you don't know what the Bloody Palace is, it's basically a survival mode where you go for 101 levels. At least in this game, you go for 101 levels. There's a boss fight every 20 levels. And it gets harder and harder as you go through it. I've never played the Devil May Cry 2 Bloody Palace, but I do know from Devil May Cry 3, it was a bit more complicated than that. See, technically it had 10,000 floors, I believe, but at the end of each round, there was 3 portals. One portal would bring you forward 100 floors, one would bring you forward, I think 10 floors, and the other one 1 floor. And basically, it gave you a bit of choice, because I think the 1 floor portal would usually give you a bunch of health items. The 10 floor portal would bring you to a few minor enemies, but they would drop health, and the 100 floor portal would just bring you to the next stage, essentially. You're not going to get any health or devil trigger items, you're just going through. And I kind of liked that. I liked that it added a bit of strategy, a bit of choice, you know, for people who are less experienced with the Bloody Palace. They can get through it, it's just going to take them a lot longer. In this game, it's just straight 100 floors, and every few floors they generally have enemies that drop a lot of health fragments. And it's in some ways nice to have it streamlined, but I think overall the better design is probably the DMC3 Bloody Palace. And I guess what else? This is the special edition, so I suppose I should talk about the other playable characters. The big one being Virgil. Virgil plays really nicely in this game. Personally, I have a lot of trouble with Virgil in this game. I don't know what it is, but I've never been able to quite figure him out. I know that he has a reputation of being incredibly overpowered, and in DMC5, I would totally agree with that. In this game, I think he can be overpowered, but it definitely takes a lot more skill than in DMC5, to say the least. And most of that's due to Judgment Cut and his concentration meter. So I kind of like how that works. It's sort of a rich get richer situation, but it also rewards practice. You know, if you're trying Virgil and you're not that great, you're getting hit a lot, you're whiffing your attacks, your concentration's going down, your moves are going to be less effective. Concentration in many ways is sort of, you can sort of think of similar to Nero's Exceed gauge. I'll continue this after this cutscene.
Baby, yeah. All right. Nice. Sweet. You can hide that body, but that smell? Ooh, there's no covering up. I'd actually like to see you try that.
Yeah, so I'll pick up this conversation with the character's next mission. For now, I'll talk about Dante's encounter with Bale. I know the frogs have different names when you fight Nero versus when you fight as Dante, but I don't know them. I know one of them's Bale at the very least. The other one's Dagon, I believe. I don't know which is which. And this fight as Dante is more challenging than when you fight him as Nero, at least in my opinion. But he's still not bad. The hardest part about this fight as Dante is actually this part right here. Because with Nero, you can just kind of roll around and snatch them. But as Dante, I had a lot of trouble with these guys. You'll see how careful I'm playing it. It's because I actually got to this point in my previous attempt at this mission and then died to these little bitches. Because I'm bad at this game, I guess. Yeah, it's a little less elegant too, because I don't think I showed it off in my fight against him as Nero. But if you knock one of these down, you can buster them as Nero and pull the frog out of the shade here. But as Dante, when that happens, there's not really anything you can do. You just kind of have to wait it out. Just keep stingering them, keep shotgunning them, whatever it is, whatever your method of disposal of these things are. This is another good boss though to show off real impact. Assuming, I think, yeah, I missed that one. Yeah, if you can hit this boss well, then you can really do some damage because the hitbox is tall enough that all of the hits on the real impact are going to actually land, which is a bit of a problem with a lot of enemies that are smaller, is the first hit will land, but then you're out of range of their hitbox. That's what happened on Echidna. Yeah, see, there you go. I don't think I distorted that properly. The timing on the distortion is really, really particular. Just another thing that adds that extra layer of skill, another layer of mastery to this game that sort of that separates it from other games of this genre. And yeah, once again, this sort of goes to expand on my point from the first time we fought this boss, how this is probably my least favorite of like the main bosses in this game. is he runs from you, and you're just sort of left to fight his minions, which aren't super fun to fight. And there you had an example of jump canceling. I think that was probably the clearest example of jump canceling so far. You saw how I did the square, or the attack move in the air. Again, super professional, don't you know the names of the moves. And as soon as I hit Bale's body, I jumped, and then I did it again. And you can just keep doing that. And it's very powerful. It's not as powerful in this game as it was in DMC3, but it gets the job done for the most part. As does Real Impact here, there you go.
You wasn't kidding. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet.
It's interesting to note that all the devil arms you acquire in this game are not the actual bosses. I don't know what that's about. There's probably some story explanation, but I'm not familiar with it. But anyways, that wraps up that mission, and yeah. Not a bad mission, actually one of my favorite Dante missions, I'd have to say.
Oh, great. As if I didn't have enough obstacles already.
So I was talking about the gimmicks in Dante's missions, and this one is arguably the worst one. I personally don't think it's as bad as the faults, but it's annoying nonetheless. It's this poisonous gas that drains Dante's health, and if you're less experienced with this game and you're taking a lot of hits, then this is just going to add insult to injury and make it not fun at all. But yeah. Luckily, it's not the whole mission. It's just for a bit. And this is a relatively short mission. I always forget. This mission in my head always like seems like it's longer than it is, and then I play it, and it turns out to actually be fairly short. So it's not that bad. And it's got a really good boss fight at the end of it. As I'm sure you can guess who, but I won't spoil it just in case. If you've noticed a pattern though, then you'll know who it is. And yeah, this is the second encounter we see on these guys. and definitely a bit harder to deal with as Dante. For one, he doesn't have the charged Blue Rose. I know he can charge his guns, but it's not nearly as effective as the 3 charged Blue Rose at stopping these things in their tracks. But once you do get them stopped, and you actually get close enough to prop shutter them up, I find them to not be that bad. Though once they double trigger, they're a bit hard to stagger. I guess not, actually. Yeah, okay. But yeah, throwing these guys in with the poisonous gas is pretty brutal, I gotta say. They're nice enough, though, to leave those health orbs laying around. Which, thank God. This would be pretty miserable without it. It's miserable with it, to be fair. And this is a really good scene we're about to see. It's really going to add to the contrast between Dante and Nero. So I've always been curious if the dice game was put in just for that scene to show the differences between Dante and Nero. And if that's the case, I don't know. Is it worth it? I'll leave it up to you to decide. But here is... So if the last time we went through this area as Nero was some of the worst missions in the game, then going through as Dante with poisonous gas makes them almost worse. Luckily, this isn't that bad, because since you don't have to throw them at that stupid window, you can just go into the, I was gonna say corner, but I guess just to the wall here, and mostly get these things out of frame so that they don't attack you as much. And then once you get rid of the Angelos, the swords are actually pretty easy to just shotgun blast until they're gone. Devil Trigger Stinger works pretty good too when they're planting the ground, as does it work on most things, I guess. Yeah, I'll continue my discussion about the characters. I was talking about Virgil, and yeah, he's a concentration meter, and not so much in how you acquire concentration, but in how it affects your gameplay. It's fairly similar to Nero's Exceed mechanic, which sort of fits, seeing as Nero is Virgil's son. Yeah, so basically, concentration, you build it up by landing attacks, by not getting hit, and by playing slowly, actually. If you stand around just locked onto enemies and not moving, then it'll actually build concentration. You're supposed to... It's designed to have you roleplay as Virgil, essentially. Like how he would fight. It's a very cool mechanic. It increases the range of a lot of your melee attacks, specifically with Yamato. I don't know about the other weapons. And it unlocks a few moves, the big one being Judgment Cut End, which essentially is just a screen clear. But it's a nice reward for players that can manage to keep their concentration up that high. The other playable characters are fun, but they're definitely not thought out as well as Virgil is, that being Lady and Trish. Trish is definitely closer to your more traditional Devil May Cry playstyle. She uses Sparta, the sword. She has some gauntlets, I believe. I don't remember what the name of them are. But they're actually pretty good. She has some moves pretty similar to Virgil, such as the spinny one. The spinny move, that's what it's going to be called from now on. Yeah, the spinny move where she spins forward, does like all the flips. Anyone who's played knows what I'm talking about, I'm sure, but yeah, so that's pretty good. She has guns. She's pretty bare bones other than that. I believe she uses Pandora as well. I don't have the most experience with Lady and Trish. But yeah, so that's Trish. Lady uses guns. She uses her Kalina, and she has some pistols. She has a machine gun, I believe. And this is definitely one of the most interesting characters to play as Devil May Cry, just because she plays so unlike any other character. I really like how creative they got in making her similar to the other characters. For one, her air hike is she jumps and then shoots the Kalina Ann at the ground, which I think is actually quite cool. In place of Nero's Buster Grab, she has a little wire that comes out of Kalina Ann, which I think is quite quite a good way to solve that, seeing as she replaces Nero's. She replaces Nero in Nero's missions, and then Trish replaces Dante in Dante's missions on their campaign. So yeah, I think that's decently well thought out. And here we have some more gameplay symmetry, if you want to call it that. It's sort of an obnoxious term to come up with, considering especially it's just the same room with the same enemies, but I think it works out. And because Dante's such a different character, it feels like a different encounter than when you fight here with Nero. And luckily, I believe this is the last room that we're going to have to deal with the gas, so it's not really that bad. But if you're bad at fighting the Angelos here, or if the fish really mess you up in the beginning, then you're going to have a tough time here. This mission was actually pretty easy to S-rank, because there's lots of opportunity for style points, and because it's a boss mission. All boss missions, you tend to be able to get S-ranks pretty easy because the bosses give so much style points. And just like that, yeah, we're done with the gas. Pretty short-lived gimmick, but most people would agree. Thank God. I am curious too if it's for a purpose, or if it just turns out that way, that Dante tends to spend less time in areas than Nero did. In all reality, it's probably just a consequence of the development, the time they had, the amount of missions they wanted, and all that. But I'd like to think there was some sort of thought put in to just show that Dante's more powerful, that he can go through these areas much quicker. That's probably me overthinking it. But in a world where this is the Devil May Cry 4 we have, and we're never going to see that alternate version, then I prefer to think of it in a positive way, you know? Especially because this game is so good in all the ways that it does sort of let itself down a bit. It is very good in many other ways, as I'm sure I've already drove that point home, I guess, already, at how many ways I love this game. So it actually is pretty funny playing this game on a higher difficulty, because we're about to get the introduction of the dogs. Now, this is mission 16 out of 20. So that's one thing I really appreciate about this series, is how different the experience is on a higher difficulty. It's really easy for developers to, on higher difficulties, simply give the enemies more health and increase their damage multiplier. It's another thing entirely to completely remix the enemy placements, to make them more aggressive, to even in some cases give them new moves. I'm not sure if that's a thing in this game. I think one of the games has them, maybe Devil May Cry 5, where they get more moves on higher difficulties. And the Devil Trigger is sort of that classic style of difficulty, where they get more health and more damage, on top of the ability to not get staggered as much, which actually adds a lot more challenge than you might think if you've never played these games, considering staggering is a huge part of the combat. But yeah, these dogs are pretty easy to dispatch. If you have trouble with them, just go into the corner and Pandora spam, like I was doing for the Chimeras. It's pretty simple. I believe that's the last new enemy that gets introduced in this game. Yeah, I think that's right. So pretty late introducing new enemies, and that just sort of goes to reinforce the point that this is not a series that you're meant to play through just once and be done with it. You're meant to go through and do all the difficulties and really get good at it, and I appreciate that. That's That's sort of a risk that you take as a game developer, I would assume, to make a game that's maybe not the most satisfying as just a one-and-done game. Because that's how most people play games, is they just play through them once and they're done. So to bank on those people replaying is pretty risky, I would think. And thank God we can just run past those dogs. It's pretty dirty just ambushing you right there. And weirdly enough, in the mining area here, they don't spawn any enemies. This would have been a perfect place to add some scarecrows. Especially scarecrows, because, I mean, fighting as Dante is a lot of fun when the enemies allow for it. Do have this, though, you gotta beat up. I like collecting red orbs. It's fun for me after playing through the game so many times, seeing my red orb counter go up and get that high. It's something I've always enjoyed from the series.
You don't say. Wish you would have noticed me earlier. Now my coat's all charred.
Alright, so here's Burial. Burial as Dante is maybe the best translation of a Nero boss fight into a Dante boss fight, in my opinion. All of his weapons seem to be viable on Burial, whereas a lot of the other enemies, or a lot of the other bosses, I should say, it's kind of limited in what's actually effective against them. Again, this is all subjective, it's just sort of how I play. And yeah, you're really seeing good examples of jump canceling there. But yeah, really objective in how I play. Maybe I just don't know how to use those weapons properly. That's entirely possible. And I think here I'm trying to get an example of guard flying, because it's guard flying off of Burial is actually a good way to practice it. But I'm bad at it, so unfortunately I don't believe I got an example of it. But that's okay. There's plenty of guard flying tutorials if you want to learn how. But if you do want to learn how, it's going to take you a lot of time, which is what's so great about this game. Learning Dante, learning how to effectively use Dante in all his techniques, all the unintended techniques as well, such as inertia, it's similar to learning a martial art, I would think. Like, it's really in depth. Lots of jump canceling there.
You can stay and die, or you can walk your ugly ass back through that gate. It's your call, pal.
I've retreated once and will not do so again.
That's a letdown. I was hoping for a bit more than just a few sparks. Satisfied. You are set free. It don't look so big from where I'm standing. Now it's just you and me, Mr. Savior.
Dante's such a dork, but we love him for it. That's one of the best cutscenes in this game. It's just a lot of fun. So I misspoke a bit earlier when I said, oh, this might be my favorite Dante mission. And then I said, wait, never mind, my second favorite one. That's because I think this is my favorite Dante mission. There's quite a few fights that are actually really fun. The boss fight at the end is pretty difficult, at least for me. But it's not bad. The only reason I got a little frustrated on this recording is because every time I died to him, I had to restart the whole mission since, you know, S ranks. But yeah, this is a really good mission. Really good enemy combinations, I guess I'll say. And it's unfortunately is going to actually be the last normal mission in the game. By normal mission, I mean, you know, going through stage, fighting people, and hopefully you know what I mean by normal mission. Because after this, it's pretty much all boss fights to the end of the game. Now, I guess I want to talk a bit about Dante's characterization in this game. He gets some flack, even from Devil May Cry fans, for being a bit too cartoony in this game. And I do see where those people are coming from. But personally, I really enjoy it. I think it's a nice contrast to Nero, who's a bit more serious. And it just sort of goes to show that Dante is really on vacation during this game. There's nothing in this game in this game's story, I should say, that challenges Dante in the same way that, say, Mundus would have challenged him in DMC1, or that Virgil would have in DMC3. He's just here having a jolly old time, and I think that that works really well. And it also works in tandem with the, I guess, fan theory, but also sort of just confirmation that that Dante is kind of depressed. See, if you're not familiar, the sort of idea is that after DMC3, after Virgil presumably died, Dante sort of went into a bit of a depressive episode, which would explain his more calm demeanor in DMC1. And I haven't seen the anime. I'm planning on watching that very soon. But apparently that just sort of reinforces the depression angle. So the idea is that his cartoony, over-the-top demeanor in this game could be explained either by the fact that he's in deep depression and he's using humor to sort of deflect that. The other idea is that he's just so ecstatic to find out that Nero, who he suspects at this point to be Virgil's son but doesn't know for sure, so he's very excited to find out he has another person out there who's part of his family. So I think it works in this game. I think it really works. I think if he had been this crazy in DMC5, that would have probably not fit very well, considering the events in that game are actually quite dire, and Dante, you know, gets his ass kicked. There's not really a better way to put it. He gets his ass kicked. But yeah, I think it works. I think it really works. And I guess on that note, because we're gonna get a bit of it at the end of this mission in the last cutscene, I'm gonna talk a bit about the themes of sort of, I guess, the Devil May Cry series, like the stories in Devil May Cry series, and how the reboot really messed them up. See, the whole point behind Dante is that he's a half demon and a half human. So he originally rejected his demon side, and that contrasts to Virgil in DMC3, who rejected his human side because he saw it as weak. He fully embraced his demon heritage. And so when they first fought in DMC3, Dante lost because he didn't have the power required, because he was rejecting his demon side. He didn't want to become a demon. But as the game progressed, Dante sort of came he sort of came to terms with his demon heritage, and over the course of that game, he became more powerful and eventually surpassed Virgil, because he was able to combine both those worlds sort of in harmony within himself. And I think it's actually, it's not necessarily, profound is not the word I'm looking for, but it's actually much more thought-provoking and I guess thematic than a lot of action games are going to get. I think it's better than anything in Bayonetta. I think it's better than anything in God Hand, definitely. Maybe even Metal Gear Rising. As much of a fan of Metal Gear Solid as I am, Metal Gear Rising story is not up to snuff. Gameplay-wise, it's great, but story-wise, not really the best. So that's sort of where the reboot messed up, because immediately it changes the backstory from being half demon, half human to being half demon, half angel. So right there, that sort of tells me that they really misinterpreted this series or didn't understand it properly. Didn't understand the character of Dante very well. And yeah, and so the themes in that game really suffered. They suffered greatly. There's nothing else to really say about it. But let's get back to DMC4. This isn't a game about, or this isn't a video about the reboot. This is about DMC4. This is one of the, I think, I want to say 2 unique combat areas for Dante. I'm trying to think of the other one. I guess the other one is probably the one I skipped. The one I skipped in his first mission. Yeah, I guess you don't go there as Nero. So yeah, this is one of 2 of Dante's unique fighting areas. I think it's a really good one. I really like the city aesthetic in this game. And the fight itself that we do here is one of the better ones. This is the closest that you're going to get to Legendary Dark Knight mode in regular gameplay. And I'm curious if this room, after they originally developed it, was the intention, or was the inspiration, I should say, behind Legendary Dark Knight. If you didn't know, Legendary Dark Knight was on the original PC release as well as Turbo mode. Consoles didn't get it until the special editions came out, and the more powerful hardware of PS4 and Xbox One could handle it. It's a very fun game mode. I would recommend playing it if you haven't. Basically, it just, every mission has like 1,000 enemies on screen, and it's pretty fun. Especially as Nero, you can just plow through everything. But yeah, that fight's done. And I do like how now, coming back here, you're going to see we're going to go back to that fountain where we first started the game. You're going to see it's destroyed, and I actually kind of like that. It's subtle. It's not like you're walking into to Castletown after traveling forward in time in Ocarina of Time or anything like that. It's nothing crazy, but there is a bit of destruction going on. And I think it really adds to the atmosphere, I guess. To the atmosphere, to the feel of like, yeah, this is a demon invasion that's happening. You know, this isn't an everyday event. For Dante, it is, I guess. And yeah, this is another fight that works surprisingly well. It's just a couple of these guys, a Mr. Faust, and I think 1, maybe 2. I don't know if the second one of these guys spawns, but it really just goes to show that there's lots of different enemy combinations in this game that just work really well. I've harped on about it quite a bit, but it's something that really impresses me in this game, because there are a lot of, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of enemy combinations that don't work that well and are not that fun, but I think most of them tend to work together very well. They don't just sort of clog up the screen like I feel like certain enemies in DMC5 do, where they're just kind of thrown there and it doesn't seem like there's much thought put in. But God, people are gonna think I hate Devil May Cry 5. I don't hate Devil May Cry 5, I swear. It's a really fun game. It's a really well designed even, but I just think that this game does a lot of things much better than DMC5. And it doesn't really get the credit it deserves. Fans have definitely come around to it recently. Not recently, I guess. Like probably a few years after this game came out, maybe even sooner than that. People really started to appreciate the depth of the mechanics and sort of started to overlook the lack of content. They accepted Nero as a character. But I still don't think it gets quite as much recognition as it deserves. I see lots of people will put this as even, like, the 4th best Devil May Cry game behind 5, 3, 1. Or behind 5, 3, and 1, I should say. which I think is just, I don't think that's fair at all. I think it's clearly better than DMC 1 in my opinion. Again, I don't mean to speak objectively or anything. I'm just saying in my opinion, it's definitely better than DMC 1. I would argue gameplay wise it's better than DMC 3, and I think enemy design wise it's definitely better than DMC 5, as I've talked about a lot.
It was my assumption that those demons would prove far inferior in the face of your tactics.
You summon and kill. Summon and kill. I fail to see the logic here. Said it. The price to pay for power?
Humans. They are but stubborn and foolish. It takes a journey to hell for them to accept and praise their god. A fact that tickles Irony's judgment.
And your judgments interest me not. For I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine.
That is what you seek. And that is why I wait in your power.
You will fumble in opposition of my quest. Though I encourage for an opportunity to battle a being of such grand delusion as you is a sweet fortune.
God, that scene is so fun. I don't know why it looks so weird. Something was wrong with my lighting, it would seem, when I recorded this. I don't know what that was about. But this is a fight that, as Dante, I don't think it would be as difficult as it is, but the arena you fight Agnes in is very strange. I think it's the weird incline here, or the multiple inclines, I should say. And the fact that the arena's, I guess it's not that small, but I think if it was just a flat arena, this wouldn't be as awkward of a fight. But as it is, it feels a little awkward. And it's also a bit trickier because, I don't know this for a fact, but just from feels, from the feels, it seems like he spawns in stuff much more frequently, and he spawns in those blades a lot more too than he does in the Nero fight. At least it seems that way. I don't know for certain. And this we didn't even see in the Nero fight when he spawns in these fire orbs. And if you're really good at this game, you can Royal Guard all of those, and it builds a lot of Devil Trigger, which is useful, as you can see. Yeah, he was giving me a real hard time. He's the reason why I think I had to do like 4, 5, maybe 6 attempts on this mission, because I kept dying on Agnes here. He's pretty difficult as Dante, at least for me. But we're about to finish it up, I believe. That's really dangerous. If he blows up there, he can steal some of your health, which is I don't know if I'm a big fan of it. If it was harder to cancel out, I would not enjoy that move at all. But the fact that it's easy enough to cancel out, it's fine. It's fine. As long as you know what you're doing. I think you know what? I think you can even roll guard it though after he blows up. You can really roll guard everything. Like I know I've said that a few times, but it's true. You really can just roll guard like pretty much everything in this game. It's pretty impressive, honestly. More impressive is people that can actually do it. People that are actually good at this game, unlike me. Oh god, this was closer than I thought. Okay, there he goes.
How can there be such a difference between us?
You surrendered your humanity. It's that simple. You assume humans are weak. Okay, yeah, their bodies lack the physical ability of a demon. But humans possess something that demons don't.
What? What is it the demons lack? Please, for the sake of my research, please tell me. No, 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 oh, oh, no, 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 no.
If you're gonna continue your research in the next world,
No, 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 no.
do your homework first. And the rest is silence.
I just love that he does that stuff even though nobody's in the room. It's just one of those other things that really goes to characterize Dante. He's doing this for himself. He just likes having fun.
I know this thing's a major cultural artifact, but it's bad for the community.
You get it back?
That's one sword.
And one to go. Need some company?
I think you better help the others. Try to get them as far away from here as possible.
Got it.
You destroyed the Hellgates.
Yeah, it kinda tainted the view. So, you ready to fight now or what?
You traveled this far to fight me. You could never touch the power of the Savior.
Sounds like you're overcompensating. Besides, I didn't want you to get a creak in your neck for looking down at me.
Silence! What would it take for you to alter your position?
How about death? must be inside. Looks like it's up to me to take care of ugly hair.
So before we actually get into talking about the Savior, I just want to mention it's very, very cool to see Dante wielding Yamato. You sort of has to make you think that Virgil probably can use Rebellion if he wants to as well, and they just chose their weapons. That was a stupid thing to say. It does sort of show their personalities differences though, in that Dante chose the big, giant sword, and Virgil chose the more precise katana. So, anyways, talking about the Savior. The Savior is a very controversial. I think controversial is the light way to say. It. He's very controversial as a boss fight, as a stage, and personally, I tend to agree. I'm not going to sit here and defend the Savior all that much. That being said, I actually don't mind it. It was sure a bitch when I was first starting to play this game, but after fighting it as many times as I have and really learning like how to trigger at certain phases, how to go through it the most efficient way, I guess, I've really come around to it. I wouldn't necessarily say I enjoy it, but you know, it's okay. The thing that is annoying though is if you want to go for rank on this mission, you have to kill these Angelos that are spawning around. And it's really not that bad, but it is kind of annoying because when you're in a stage like this, that like this is a boss fight, you know, like sure it's its own stage, but it's mostly just a glorified boss fight. You shouldn't have to kill extra enemies to get your stylish rating up. At least in my opinion, you shouldn't have to. But that's okay, it's where we're at. And it doesn't take too much style points to get the minimum of what you need for an S rank. Thank God. And yeah, this is sort of the first phase, I guess, is it goes up until you hit that crystal in his forehead out, which I'm about to do, it looks like. There we go. So, I honestly don't know if anything changes in his moveset between knocking out that forehead crystal or not. If not, then I don't really know what the point of the cutscene is, to be honest. But, yeah, this is... Oh, that was pretty bad. I forgot about that. Yeah. There's not a whole lot to say about this boss, really. I think it's much better once you get to the actual boss phase, because at this point you're just sort of prepping him, I guess is how I'd put it. You're knocking out those extra crystals he has, because the one in his chest is the one that matters, but you don't get to go after that until you've knocked out all the other ones. And I think the big problem that I have with this fight is the fact that it's sort of reliant on RNG. You have to wait for him to, you know, if you're going for the crystals on one of his arms, as opposed to the other one, you have to wait for him to throw the one that you want down. If you need to get to his legs, then, you know, good luck. Either wait for a cannon, you know, drive him, or you can use Pandora's cannon on him. But it's pretty difficult when you have Angelos coming at you and you have him throwing punches. And see, this is a really bad position I'm in right now, and another reason why the RNG is not super favorable. Because I'm stuck on this platform, and there's no way to get off it, because that, for whatever reason, that jump pad isn't operational. And I don't believe you can just jump off the platform yourself and get reset. So it's just sort of a situation where the RNG's kind of fucked me over. And that's going to be your biggest hurdle in this mission here. Luckily, these huge things you can Royal Guard. And it works pretty well for building up Devil Trigger, which I'm going to sorely need, as you see, to heal. I guess that's something I didn't mention about Devil Trigger. It also heals you when you're in Devil Trigger, which is pretty nice. It doesn't heal you a whole lot. Like, certainly don't rely on it in any situation if you can help it. But sometimes it's okay. And yeah, see, like, this is just a ludicrous amount of time to have me trapped on here. I have to think stuff like this is just another consequence of the short development time. They probably didn't have enough time to playtest this to run across situations like this. Either that, or maybe this is intentional. Maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe they intended this to happen to people, you know, just get trapped for a bit. Maybe I did something wrong to start or to trigger this. Who knows? But luckily that thing spawned, and I guess it turned out in my favor a bit, and then I got a bit more style points fighting those Angelos, because I think this was my third attempt or so, and that was what was messing me up, was not getting the style points requirement, which is a shame. Luckily, this is the only mission, I believe the only mission in the game where there is no required orbs for you to get. So even if you somehow went through this mission getting 0 red orbs, you would still get a 100% on the orb count at the end of the mission, which is a great mercy for them to give you. I praise them for that, I must say. And yeah, I got lucky there in cannon spawn. But yeah, if you didn't get lucky with that, then you would just kind of have to wait for him to give you the right opportunity to either get the back of his head there, which is the hardest one to do without the cannon, in my opinion. And the ones on the knee. Oh, that's not the back of his head. Sorry, that's his shoulder. So that's pretty easy to get, actually. But the ones on his what do you call that? On his shins there, I guess. Those are the most difficult ones to get without the cannon. And then here we are. We're about to enter the final phase. We just got to jump around a bit from that laser for a second. And this is where you're really going to see the power of the Distorted Real Impact. It just kind of deletes him. Not as well on Dante Must Die as the other difficulties, because I have to go through a few cycles before I finish him off. But on Son of Sparta or lower than that, you can just delete him. If you do it properly on definitely human mode and probably even Devil Hunter, you can one-shot him. Which is pretty good. It's not bad. And luckily he just comes right up to you here, so... I'm really curious what the... Yeah, see, look at that. That's insane. That's really insane. On Dante Must Die, for that damage, that's really good. I'm really curious what the idea behind this boss fight was. Did they want a more God of War style sort of spectacle boss fight? Or was there more to this that they ran out of time or budget to implement? I would really like to know, honestly. Because it's not a bad fight as it is. It's not terrible or anything, don't get me wrong. But I just think the AI can be a little picky about what it wants to do sometimes, and that can cause some issues. Any fight, any boss, any enemy where you have to rely on their RNG is not ideal. I guess you could argue the blitzes are that way, and they are, but to a lesser extent, I find. Especially because the moves they cycle between are a lot quicker than the Savior, and the moves that let you get damage on them tend to come up more frequently, whereas, you know, you're supposed to be able to come up to this platform and have him come back up and open himself up to you like in the beginning. But he just won't do it a lot of the time. He just wants to punch and punch and punch. And the only time you can consistently get him to do it is if you come up here after... Oh. What the fuck? Okay, I apologize about that. You're not going to notice any difference in what happened there, hopefully. But as I was recording, the editing messed up, and it just jumped me to the video of the next mission. Don't know what that's about. What the hell was I talking about? I think I was talking about getting him to jump up here. Yeah. So after he does that laser that I think I just knocked him out of with Pandora, that's the only time he'll consistently pop up here. So unfortunately, and yeah, there I didn't execute the distortion properly, so I didn't get the finish on him. But luckily he's down enough that I can probably just finish him off with guns. I think that's what I do. So, you know, once you learn this guy, he is pretty painless. That being said, for a Devil May Cry game, painless isn't enough. It's not enough for it's not the quality that I expect from this series. It should be fun. And I really think that if they got another chance at a big boss fight like this, they could probably do it much better. So, well, you know, I say that, but I guess we had Gilgamesh in DMC5, and I would honestly take the Savior over Gilgamesh. I'm not a fan of that boss. Again, going in on DMC5. I'm sorry. I know it's a good game. I don't mean to give the impression that I hate it, but yeah. And yeah, this is frustrating when this happens, when you're so close to finishing him off, but he just not giving you any openings. I think after this should probably be his last attack, and hopefully he'll come up here and I can get him. God, the recording's looking a little choppy to me. Hopefully that's just in my editing software here, not in the final video. If it is, I apologize. I have a bit of an underpowered PC for playing and like it's pretty good, but for playing and recording it tends to struggle sometimes. And not to mention, this is like really the first big project I've actually edited, so hopefully it's watchable at least.
Take it out from the inside. Time to wake up, kid. You're missing out on all the fun. No! Opportunity to save the world doesn't happen every day, you know. Savor it.
This I will savor. Let's clean up this mess.
Do what you gotta do, kid. Because I'm about to send this guy on a one-way trip to hell.
Don't worry. I'm gonna get this done. Good luck, kid.
Alright, so here's Mission 19. Mission 19 is just a boss gauntlet, which at this point is pretty much tradition in Devil May Cry games. And I'm not sure if this is a controversial take I have or not, but I think this is actually the best boss gauntlet in the series. Now, DMC3 could be argued to be better, and in some ways I would say it is better. Oh, wait. Yeah, so DMC3 could arguably be better, and in many ways it is better. But this game, I've already talked about how much I like the bosses, so that in itself will will obviously influence my opinion a bit. But this is one of the few, actually not one of the few, it's the only time where I actually think this dice game adds value to the mission. And by that, I mean it gives you a bit more options in between fighting the bosses. You know, for me, I'm pretty confident at fighting the bosses, and also I'm running around because I'm trying to bait the energy orb attack. Oh, look at that! I got really lucky there. Holy shit! And then I got a little too flashy and I messed that up. But yeah, so I'm pretty confident when it comes to fighting the bosses in this game. So I tend to just go right through, do the fastest path through that I can. But if you're a little less confident, then there's ways to ease your way through it, so to speak, if you so choose. You can hit the blue spaces, which drop red orbs, and I believe also drop health orbs in case you need them. You can land on the red orbs, which drop enemies, and so if you're more confident fighting enemies than you are fighting, fighting bosses, then you could drop some enemies in, and they tend to drop health items as well as you can build up some Devil Trigger. Or, like I said, if you just wanted to go straight through, then you can. And I guess the criticism, too, of using the bosses over and over again, I understand, but at the same time, I don't really get why this game takes a lot of flack for it, but DMC1 doesn't. Because DMC1 does almost the exact same thing. You fight Griffin 3 times, you fight Phantom at least twice, you might fight him a third time, I don't remember. Nightmare you fight 3 times, Mundus is the only one that you only fight once, but... So, you know, if you think the idea of reused bosses are bad, then I'm not going to argue on that. But it is weird to me how this game takes so much flack for it, but yeah, DMC1 doesn't for whatever reason. And I really like the boss in this game. Like, I know every time the bosses come up I say that, but I'm just really impressed. I'm really impressed that they can be big dumb enemies like this, but not be big and dumb. They can actually have interesting moves and interesting strategies to fight them, like Burial here. And there's Burial dead, not really a flashy finish or anything. I couldn't get a grab on him, but yeah, not bad. We're getting so close to the end here. I'm trying to think if there's anything I wanted to talk about that I haven't got to yet. It's I'm sure there's going to be so much stuff flooding into my head as soon as I stop recording this video, but you know, that's sort of the nature of these things, and I've had a fun time recording this. Hopefully if you're still watching, you've had a fun time watching this. It is a little bizarre, I got to say, that that Kratos is not in this boss gauntlet, and I think that would have made it much better. I think a lot of people would have been much more forgiving of this game if and the reusing of the bosses if Kratos was in here, because I know that's one of the things you hear a lot is that, oh, they reuse the bosses so much, but they only... Oh, sorry if you heard that, a car alarm was just going off outside. But yeah, I know that's one of the biggest criticisms of this game, or of the reusing of the bosses, I mean to say, is that you only fight Kratos once. And it would make sense to me to exclude him from here if it was just Burial, Bale here, and Echidna, because then I would say, oh, it's just the demons from the Hellgates. But Agnes is in the boss gauntlet, so the fact that Agnes, who's just, he's not a normal human or anything, don't get me wrong, but the fact that he's not, he's, you know, he's from this world, but he's involved in the boss gauntlet. It makes me really wonder, like, why wasn't Kratos in the gauntlet? I'm sure there's mods. Actually, you know what? I'd be curious to find out if there's mods that add him in. I'd probably be into downloading that. But at the same time, it's not terrible, because if they had overused Kratos and you fought him however many times, then the effect might have been lost. It also might not have, don't get me wrong, because you fight Virgil 3 times in DMC3, and I enjoy every single one of those fights, and I'm sure lots of people do. But I don't think Kratos has as much depth as Virgil does. Speaking of Kratos, I totally forgot to talk about, after I beat him, you get his Aegis shield. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but you get the shield from him. And what that does is it allows you to hold the Devilbringer button after you've picked up an enemy, and use him as a shield, or just carry him around if you want. And personally, I've never found it to be super useful. I think I used it once early in this video, in like mission 2 maybe. But yeah, I've never really found it to be all that useful. I don't know if I'm alone in that. But that being said, I do wish they had brought it back for DMC5, because I don't believe it is in DMC5. I might be wrong, but I don't believe it is. And, you know, I can't imagine it's that hard to implement. So the fact that they took it out, and I'm sure some people really got a lot of use out of that move and really enjoyed it. And they're obviously sad for it to be gone. And if it was in there, someone like me that doesn't use it, I don't really lose out anything not having it in there. So that being said, this whole line of thought is completely bunk if it is in the game, because I could be wrong about that. It might very well be in the game. I really like this series' use of boss gauntlets. I know that it's sort of a mixed opinion among fans, but I think it's a good idea, because it really shows how far a player has come from the beginning of the game, or rather from the first time they fought these bosses to the end. I'm sure most people notice a big improvement in their fighting from, like, on their first playthrough, I mean to say, and even on your 100th playthrough. I know I was pretty impressed with how quickly I dispatched these bosses during this video here. It had been a while since I played Devil May Cry 4, so I was a little worried that how my performance was going to be, and you can definitely tell in the beginning I'm a little rusty, but I think I really found my groove later on, especially with Dante, because I was surprised how not shit with Dante I was, though it still wasn't pretty, I'm sure. And just like that, we're almost at Agnes, and that's why I really don't think the dice game in this level is that offensive, because in every single dice roll you do, there's, like, you can do every single one in one dice roll, I mean to say. There's none that require you to do 2, and that's where the other dice game, I think, sort of loses a lot of people, and definitely loses me, is the fact that no matter what, you have to do, I think, minimum of, what, like, probably 3 or 4 dice roll, maybe more. And it's just a pain, especially because there's no thought to it. You just hit the number you want when it's on the top of the die, and that's that. There's really nothing to it. So it's just sort of a pointless addition. But I do think it works in this mission. If it was only in this mission, I think lots of people would be a bit more forgiving of that mechanic. But who knows? I could be wrong. Maybe people would still hate it just as much. But you know. Oh yeah, and then there's the end of Agnes, I'm sure. Although I don't have Devil Trigger, so who knows. Oh, and Gunshot. There you go. Yeah, so there's the boss gauntlet right there. It's not bad. Thank God they didn't include, well, I was gonna say thank God they didn't include Sanctus, but I guess that's the next mission, huh?
shaking things up in here.
Hey, kid! You should see what I'm going through.
Guess we're in the same boat then.
We had originally intended Dante to form the Savior's Core. Perhaps it would have been wise to adhere to that choice.
Too late for regrets. Now release Kyrie!
Why oppose the Order? I knew your faith was weak, but I always thought you served our wishes.
Bad enough you lying about all this and trying to kill me. But what really pissed me off was using Kyrie.
What is that? Love.
Look it up. Wrapping things up on my end.
Don't be too sure, boy. Although flawed, the power of the Savior is beyond that of which you can defeat.
Alright, so here we are. It's been a long journey, but we're finally at mission 20, the final mission. Finishing off with what's undoubtedly one of the worst boss fights in Devil May Cry. But it's not as bad as the last time we fought him because the arena is quite a bit smaller. That being said, it's still an underwhelming way to finish off this game, and it's definitely a bit of a taint on what otherwise is a really great game. Luckily, it's very easy to S rank. And yeah, as you can see right there, it's a lot easier to get up close to him because streaking basically covers the entirety of the arena here. Yeah. I'm sort of at a loss of what to say on this fight that I didn't say last time. I guess I haven't talked about Kyrie yet, so talk about the worst character in Devil May Cry while fighting the worst boss in Devil May Cry. That's great. I sort of exaggerate when I say the worst character in Devil May Cry. She's definitely not the worst character in Devil May Cry, at least I don't think so. Because she's just kind of boring and inoffensive. Boring and inoffensive to me does not make a bad character. She's much better than a character that would be, like, annoying, for example. Like any of the characters in the reboots. That being said, her place in the narrative is definitely... It could be better. She's just reduced down to a damsel in distress the entire game. And to me, there's nothing wrong with having a character that is a damsel in distress. Like, it's a classic trope, you know? I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. But when that's all her character is, and especially when she has such a strong connection to Nero, the player should feel that connection as well, and they really don't. And unfortunately, she's not really in Devil May Cry 5, so they didn't have a chance to fix it. But I'm confident that if they had more time while developing this game, they would have made that better. But who knows? I know I'm not the first person to bring that up about Kyrie, but I figured I should mention it at some point. And here we are. He's got a sliver of health left. Isn't that obnoxious? But I actually really like this final way you can beat him. This is really your Buster test. This is your final exam on whether you've learned the Buster, and look at that. Believe it or not, I've learned the Buster. Jackpot. Hell yeah.
The power of Sparta. Why won't you give me strength? Am I not worthy?
Never could take those legends too literally. But I do know that Sparta had a heart. A heart that can love another person. A human. And that is what you lack. This time I will save you. Just hold on.
Don't move or I'll...
Sorry I took so long. Idiot.
It's over. Took your time.
What? You looking for an apology?
Well, how long am I gonna have to wait for it? This guy just doesn't let it go.
This is where it started. And this is where it'll end. On my hand.
All right then. Go finish it, kid.
Wait for me. You know, God, I always hated that you made my arm like this. Now with it, I can destroy this thing. Who would have thought?
So this is a really weird way to end the game. It's not necessarily like that bad. It's not necessarily good either. But luckily, if you die here, if you get the timings wrong, you don't have to refight Sanctus. That's one really big grace. But yeah, just an odd decision. I don't really have anything else to say on that. It's an odd decision.
This hand was made for sending guys like you back to hell. And now, you die! guess I should thank you.
But that'd be out of character. Maybe you should just throw an insult my way instead.
Yeah, that sounds better. Still, I owe you.
Don't sweat it. I had my reasons for helping. Take care of yourself.
Wait. You forgot this.
Keep it.
What? I thought this meant a lot to you.
That's the only kind of gift worth giving. I want to entrust it to you, so I am. What you do from here is your call.
Hey, Dante. Will we meet again?
Is this the end?
Maybe.
The city's a wreck.
Yeah.
I am still alive, right?
Yeah. We both are. Kyrie, if I'm a demon and not a human anymore, is this what you want?
Nero, you're you. And it's you I want to be with. I don't know anyone who is as human as you are.
Looks like they're determined to interrupt. Guess that kiss is gonna have to wait.
It's all right. I'll wait.
Thanks.
Well, that's Devil May Cry 4, everyone. I hope you all really enjoyed the video. I had a lot of fun making it. It's definitely given me a whole lot of respect for... a lot more respect, I should say, for creators I love, such as Matthew Matos, as I mentioned in the beginning, that do these long-form videos, because, wow, it was a bit... I thought recording the gameplay would be the hard part, but, God, figuring out what to talk about was pretty difficult. Hopefully it was enjoyable for you. If you're still here, then I assume it was. I gotta say, that last scene with Dante, that definitely hit differently back when we didn't know if we were gonna see him again. But anyways, I'm gonna let the credits play out, and I got a few more things I want to say after the credits, so hopefully you'll stick around and listen to me there. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed.
finally do my job in peace.
If it was a lifesaver gig, then don't you think we deserve a little more? You call this sincerity?
More? Was it not your fault that things escalated to the level that they did? Bringing Sparta into the spotlight?
Hey, I was just getting to the good part.
This is your case too, Dante.
Yeah, well, we take what we can get, right?
Well, then it's settled.
Devil May Cry. It's a customer with the password. They're nearby. What should we do?
You need to ask?
Can I come along?
Do what you want. But don't expect to get paid.
There's something so exciting about all this. You think so, right?
I won't lie.
Okay. Are you ready? Then come on, babes! Let's rock!
Okay, so I wanted to show off my total ranking here just in case, because I know the editing messed up on at least one mission, just to prove everything's all up and up. But I also just wanted to, for anyone who's still around, I figure since you've been listening to me talk for the past 5.5 hours, you deserve a little something back. Basically, I did this video because I went through a breakup recently, and this has been sort of a coping mechanism for me. Talking about something I love as much as Devil May Cry 4 has really helped me out, I think. And it feels a little weird to get so personal on a channel that has less than 10 subscribers, of course, but like I said, I really feel I owe it to anybody who stuck around this long. And I guess I'm also just having a little bit of trouble signing off after such a long project here. Let me know if anyone wants me to do anything like this in the future on any other games. I'd be glad to do so. But yeah, I guess on that note, thank you again for watching. I hope you all enjoyed, and I guess I better take a cue from Dante and walk off into the sunset and let the healing begin, I suppose. Thank you all again. Goodbye.